Good evening, boys and girls, and everyone in between. What's going on? We are live! You sexy motherfuckers! Come out in droves, and I love it. I love it so much. Hey, King Alpha! Hey, Orion! Hey, Wildfire! C. Beastman, hello! Charity Champs! TSI, welcome everyone to the stream. We are doing our best today to continue our journey with Jenna. Jenna. Nice alliteration. Cheers. I don't think I will finish Echo before the new year. It wasn't actually the plan, but I don't think this will happen. I don't think y'all mad for it. We just keep doing it because I do feel like we are onto something great here. And like I said, as always, after that Arches, so I have everything basically streamed. It definitely won't happen. I'm very sure you're correct on that one. But what I want to do is, so from December 12th, I have PTO for work. So I'll be off work until the 2nd of January. And I will be planning a few more dates for Echo during that time. So I mean, you all follow my channel. You are all pretty much always here when I stream Echo. I'm just announcing that now. Get ready that I might be doing a few extra shows, so to say. I don't know how many or when they will happen. I see how I can plan it around. I just want you to know that it's definitely gonna happen. So that is the info. Do with that what you will. And without further ado, I'm gonna boot up Echo and we're gonna start our little adventure with Jenna. Okay, there's something not right because there's no sound. Okay. Give me one second. Okay. But it doesn't. 1 second. Something wrong with the sound settings. Oh. That can't really work, right? So where is it? Music. There we go. Already fixed. Just have to know where to look. Okay, let's start. She seems serious about getting what she has to say off her chest. Anyway, Grandma had all this ham radio equipment in her house. I'm here, yeah. I'm with Jenna while she talks about her grandma. She started collecting it after Grandpa died, which was long before I was born. So she was really into technology and broadcasting, which admittedly was an oddball contrast from her more spiritual, traditional based outlook on life. What was that? Good. something out. She crosses her arm. She crosses her arms, taking a glance inside an old parked pickup truck that's missing its plates on the side of the road. She shines my flashlight inside, but there's just a bunch of bags of what looks like farming stuff, mainly fertilizer. Fertilizer! I remember thinking it was neat. She used to sit on her porch with her quilting gear and talk about the radio to passing truckers. Oh, really? Start to picture an old native woman who looks like Jenna, knitting needles in one paw and a radio mic in the other. Well, I can actually imagine that. It's actually a pretty cool hobby. For any age, but if you're like older, it's an incredible hobby. I mean, she probably was also maybe feeling lonely after her husband died. It's always the case with, like, especially women from a lot more previous generations. I don't think it's that prevalent anymore, but a lot of women were just lonely after their husband died because they were like only there for their husband, which is a shame. Yeah, her radio had a pretty good range. She did this for years. Got kind of a reputation because of it. Sweetheart of Echo Valley or something along those lines. Oh, hey. She was like flirting with them? Oh, Chase, come on. Just take out the horny for 6 minutes, okay? Not everyone who's nice to men is flirting with them. Especially not females. Just because somebody's nice to you doesn't mean you get the poontang. Jenna smirks, slightly shrugging her shoulders. Well, I suppose there was probably some of that. Probably. I remember Adam mentioning occasionally that she would find flowers in her postbox. Sometimes even letters. Grandma was pretty shy, actually, and didn't like how she looked. When she was born, her ears and parts of her scalp were malformed. He should know more than anyone. Yep, he actually should. It was at some underfunded tribal clinic up north, so they weren't equipped to fix it. Didn't get the money for it later in life either. She brings her paws up to her own ears, running her fingers down to the base of her head fur. She always wanted to wear these big sun hats whenever she went somewhere. Like she didn't feel right being seen. Like, this is such a good segment that it basically paints a great picture of her grandma without even showing her. Like they describe her a little bit, just enough so you get a picture in your head, and then the rest is your imagination and with the character and everything. That's actually pretty nice. But over the radio, she would mainly just talk to these truck drivers. Ask them about their day, about things they made, about things that made them happy. And I remember hearing about this on this one particular time where she talked with a truck driver who had recently lost his wife in an accident. Oh my, this is getting dark already. Naturally, he was very upset and was considering whether life was worth living anymore. Grandma told him to pull over and come visit her. He was reluctant at first, but he did. Grandma got together all the other old neighbor ladies and rolled out this big ancient grill from the 60s. They baked a bunch of fry bread and cooked up a ton of tacos. She even went out and personally got the ingredients to make some homemade cookies, since he mentioned he liked those over the radio. When he got there, she taught him how to make all the food himself. He was worried without a wife he wouldn't know how to cook something decent on his own. See, that is community service. That is awesome. It's heartwarming. I love that. He also went around and introduced him to everyone, treated him like a guest of honor. He was this little red guy, really meek. At first he was worried. He was being awkward and was out of place. But they talked for hours and hours, way into the night. His wife and him had been together for 18 years, and she was an art teacher at the elementary school in Two Canyons. So before he left, she and him made a sand painting. Sand painting? I'm reluctant to interrupt, but I've never heard of that before. Of course you did, Jace, because you're interested in nothing apart from yourself. It's a painting in sand, usually done with pigments. What's interesting is they are not really art objects. They are for helping people heal to become better. Once painted, the person who needs the healing would sit in the center of the painting. The energy and goodwill. Oh yeah, he's also interested in Leo, that's true. I would actually claim that he's even not that interested in Leo, as we saw in this, at least in this storyline, where he just told Leo to fuck off. Which is kinda great. He gets bonus points for that. I know, nowadays, you mainly see them framed up on roadside craft sales, but that's what they were originally for. So, Jenna trails off, and as she clears her throat, she takes a slow breath, and it takes her just a second to continue. My parents weren't there at Grandma's funeral. Oh my god. Of course not, fucking drugheads. It was some public meeting building out in Peyton for some reason. From my family, it was just Adam and I. Adam? Really? Yeah. This was a long while ago before he started changing. We were nearly a third the way through the service and the rat guy shows up and I have to ask Adam who he is. The only people there up to that point were as foxes. After that I started noticing more non-foxes coming in. Some were literally wearing those stereotypical trucker hats with the holy bits in the back. And of course half of the people there were really confused who these guys were. Like maybe they were at the wrong funeral. No, they weren't. Like Mr. Radaru brought the entire trucker fleet. Where all the truckers the grandma talked to. God, I get goosebumps from that scene. This is beautiful. They just sat in the back and then Adam went up to speak. She folds her arm tighter across her chest, smiling to herself as her gaze flicks upward. Adam stuttered his way through his speech, but at the end, when they started inviting up the new arrivals in the back. A lot of them were fairly gruff-looking guys, you know. And one by one, they get up and start reading letters. She pauses again. The letters thanking her for being so kind, for giving them someone to talk about their problems, or just being so witty and fun to speak to. The rat guy. God, I wish I remembered his name. Went up last, and his letter addressed Grandma like she was still there with us. If there is drawings of that rat guy, I want to see him, because you know how much I'm into rats. There has to be a fan drawing out there. give me the rat trucker, please. He talked about how he was doing, how tough things were after what happened. He mentioned his wife by name, about how losing someone so good and special. I haven't seen one, unfortunately. God damn it, we need to make it happen. I need to make it happen. he's already S tier character though. He mentioned it, and obviously Jenna's granny is also S tier. Yeah, to me too, Wildfire, to me too. He mentioned his wife by name, about how losing someone so good and special can make it feel like the world had become so much darker. But how it's always important to remember that there's still good people out there, even if they are just someone who can lend an ear for a while. And it felt like he was actually talking about us, about Grandma. Because he did. I thought about that a lot when, you know, Adam passed. About how maybe it wasn't just a chemical imbalance, and perhaps it just needed someone to talk to. That so detached Jenna, who practiced detaching all her life, though she wouldn't get hurt by her circumstances, actually has feelings. Who would have guessed? She keeps her arms still tight over her torso though. It looks more now like a self-bracing measure. A far cry from her usual standoffish posturing. I also thought about how you're so goddamn alone out here. She gestured with both arms to her surroundings. I peered down at myself, then back at Jenna. She lets out a little noise that sounds like a quick sigh before shaking her head. Not you specifically, but rather anyone stuck in this place. What is it with Echo and taking away all that's good? She's looking at me now, but I might as well be a brick wall for how equipped I am to answer that question. I feel almost rhetorical in nature. Something with so many reasons that you could apply, that it becomes simply too much to try to put it into words. I sheepishly hold up my arm. Would it be patronizing too much of the stereotypical guy thing to reach out to her now? The moment of vulnerability from someone who's cultivated a life worth of being invulnerable. Chase, I know you don't really understand. I mean, I don't really understand him either, but like, you can try reaching out right now, because she basically just opened her fucking heart to you. If somebody like Jenna does something like that, she undeniably at least trusts you, and you can at least go in for a hug. At least I would claim that. If she didn't want that, she would probably communicate that. And I'm fairly certain she wants one. She wants one. I suppose we've all got heavy shit under the surface. Jenna probably most of all. And while some of us sort of downplay it with jokes, self-deprecation, or lashing out at others, Jenna's always kept it on the set surface. Yeah, she's completely detached. That's what I always say. She either is good at bottling shit up, or she completely detached herself from her emotions and everything. Seeing all this brought to light feels like something raw, uncomfortable, something understood to be immovable being moved. I look past Shanna to the wash, like the desert flooding. I exhale, looking back down to her. I can feel my mind going blank like it did earlier. Her expression's indiscernible, but she's still looking at me. Huh. What's a good answer here? So this choice splits ending. Okay, don't say anything more. I don't know how to answer that. We kept each other sane. This town breaks people. I'm kinda wanna go for the middle option. Because that is what happened. At least a little bit. I think they should have talked more about the underlying issues they have in the group. Or is he just referring to Jenna and him? If it's probably just him and Jenna, then this is probably very true. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the middle answer. We kept each other sane. Let's see where this leads us in the grand scheme of things, and what ending we'll get with that. I saved before I did the decision, so we could technically go back and just click through. I'm just not sure. Probably a lot of clicking. Yeah, I was really fortunate growing up. I had a boyfriend I loved. A group of friends who supported me, and a family who gave a shit. And I'm not like the world's most mentally healthy person, you know? I see a completely alternate timeline where I'm just like the rest of those guys in Tetanus Alley or worse. Rub my back off my neck sheepishly. I'm not good at making these reassuring speeches. No! Siri, no! Fuck's sake, Siri. I'm not good at making these reassuring speeches, but this is all stuff I've admittedly thought about before. That rat guy was right. Having someone around who gives a damn means the world. Yeah, absolutely. That rat guy is my hero right now. He is absolutely fantastic. And isolating yourself from sad world isn't how you make yourself better. The opposite. And for keeping me sane, I do think I kinda have you to thank for that in some part. My voice cracks and I try to cover it with a cough. Smooth. Thanks. Thank you, Chase. Jenna smiled slightly. I think I did the right decision. That's actually rather beautiful. Has this been on your mind for a while? I shrug. Lately, at least. Well, I'd like to think that that his and your sentiments are true. If we have time, might stop by to see Jeremy. When I talked to him, he sounded like he wouldn't mind seeing you again. Jenna chuckles bravely. Strange, isn't it? The notion of you talking to him now as adults. As kids, we were all so at odds over truly stupid shit. I suppose I'm curious whether he's grown up as well. I guess we'll see. Jenna raises a brow. Maybe I mean. All this being said, I'm truly not excited to go back and talk to him or his friends. For Jenna's sake. I can grin and bear it. I guess I have to ask what made you think of this. I mean the story about your grandmother. Was it just talking about tech stuff in the reservation? Jenna ponders the questions for a moment, looking a little bit more like her usual self. However, there's still a slight unnerving tinge to her. Like her tail has an extra bit of bristle to it. I suppose that's what got me talking about her. Though I started about thinking about this all earlier. Oh. Up ahead, the screen door on the side of Duke's house flings open. A familiar ash-colored figure peers out, attention focused on us. What are you two doing? Calls out to us, having to shout since we are nearly 3 properties down. At Pueblo, I'd cringe at the idea of someone shouting out this late in the neighborhood. Nobody probably lives here, like, in the next 3 or 4 fucking houses. However, most of these houses are long since abandoned. Jenna and I exchange a look before making our way closer to respond. The lanky weasel is certainly looking rougher around the edges than I remember. The old man taking slow steps into his overgrown front yard. That's what drugs do to you. They fuck you up. Now a good pal, yeah. I hope I can slit his throat in this road. In this path. I probably can't, but the hope dies last, as we say in Germany. Of course, he's got his gun on him. His paws gingerly clutching it while the other brandishes a cigarette. Or at least I think it's a cigarette. It's probably a meth pipe. No, it's probably a joint, but... Real late for a stroll. He mumbles. Duke, hi. Good morning. It's Jenna. Dad Chase with you. I hold up my paw and wave. Hi. Huh. It's nice that you served him Chase on a platter, Jenna. Really good, really good. It is. Duke takes a drag from the fat cigarette, and I see some embers fling as he taps the end. In my mind, I imagine one of those little specks of fire catching on the untrimmed grass beneath, setting everything ablaze. Imagine, like, he would just flick his joint or whatever he has in his hand into his lawn, and then it just combusts into a giant fireball. Everyone dies. I knew it. What Leo's been saying is true. He was seeing shit as well. I confronted him about it, and he got a wild look in his eyes, pushed me to the dirt. Here you are, in flesh, talking this time. I give him a befuddled look. What's he talking about? Well, Leo's going through a bit of a rough time, and that's certainly no excuse for the violence he imposed against you. However, we did see you at Carl's house, and you might have heard that he's gone missing. What a good timing for your arrival then, Jasmine. It's Jenna now, but that's besides the point. Yeah, who wants to be named after the street they were born in? Fuck that shit. His bloodshot eyes shift from me to her and makes me even more uneasy. Have you seen Carl since last night? Duke clicks his tongue. He needs... Shaking his head more than he really needs to. I don't think you're investigating the right mystery here. Jenna raises an eyebrow. He points to a swollen pink finger. Points a swollen pink finger in my direction. Still looking at Jenna. The real question is, why has your friend here been snooping around our house for the past month? Oh my. He's seen shit again. Yeah, exactly. That's not a good idea. What? Jenna furrows her brow as a light sigh escaping from between her lips. I don't know what. I feel a hand discreetly reach over and squeeze my side. Hold on, Chase. She mutters, refocusing her attention back to the reason. Duke, please focus on me for a moment. Listen to the words I'm saying. Have you seen Carl since last? Duke hangs his maw open, rolling his jaw around from side to side until there's an audible click as it locks into place. I don't think you're hearing me. I heard you, Duke. Please, a yes or no answer, and then we can discuss what you saw with Chase here. Duke's bloodshot gaze flicks back to me, and there's something expectant about the look in his eyes. Like he's waiting for me to say something revelatory. I have no clue what he's talking about, though, and Jenna doesn't seem to want to give him an inch of leeway to change the topic of conversation. I see his teeth grit past his thin lips. Despite the intensity he's putting off, he looks kind of distracted. Like we're only getting about 3/4 of his attention. Maybe it wasn't quite you, though, was it? His voice is strained and quiet. The weasel scratches his inner thigh. I didn't see the ram boy or his little rich parents. Okay, thank you. Please? I only got here on Saturday. I wasn't here before then. There's really... Oh, there's only really one other otter in town, as far as I know. And he probably weighs 150 pounds more than me. Jesus Christ, that otter must be fat as fuck. So, I don't really know who else it could be. Duke glares in response to that, and I can't really help but drift my gaze to the gun he's holding so idly in his grasp. I think he notices as I see his fingers clench around the base of a little tighter. We are about to meet Mr. Bronson, and Angel Dog isn't here. That is probably the defeat of the evening. Okay, thank you, Duke. It's really good to see you again. If you have the time, keep an eye out for him, okay? We can't seem to track him down. He's right there. Points to me. No, I'm referring to Carl. And suddenly he's summoned. We'll see. We'll see if he smells the Bronson coming up. Carl's not here. Right, we're going to look around some more and knock on a few doors once the sun's up. But take care, alright? Before I can raised so much as my paw in a farewell. Jenna already turned around, making her way down the street. Again, I have to hustle to catch up. After another half hour or so of searching, we end up back at Carl's place. After the whole interview with Duke, she starts ranting a little about meth use and the psychological effects. Admittedly, I was only picking up on bits and pieces of what she was saying. Apparently, the drug stimulates the parts of the brain that creates urges for tinkering, okay? Which is why yards of meth houses often look like scrapyards after extended use. Poor Duke. Though the guy always kinda skeeved me out, even back when we were kids. I think he used to have a wife at some point. Oh god, his poor wife. I don't want to think about that poor lady. Who I remember really being really nice. She used to ride her bike around town all the time, and one day she stopped by to help me set up a root beer float stand. Then one day she kinda disappeared. Chase, do you wanna know what happened to her? Well, I think I was playing at Leo's house, and the cops came to the door and asked if Leo's parents had seen her. You repressed that bit, huh? Yeah. I'm still mad at that bit. Mad in a good way, but like I can't even start like how fucked up that is. That Duke basically get cucked by Brian. Brian murders his wife, and then Duke helps him to uh just get rid of the evidence, so to speak, rid of the body. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I don't even want to know how terrible it really was, because probably Duke's wife didn't even use the drugs. She probably just gave her body so Duke could use that shit. Or Duke forced her into it. Well, maybe she did use drugs, but anyways, it's so fucked up. Jenna uses her newly acquired spare house key and lets us in. I'd spent so much time in Carl's house growing up. The stepping inside always kind of felt like coming home. Carl's parents were never as friendly as Leo's or TJ's, but they were often just straight up absent, which means we got to run the place. That's obviously pretty tight when you're a kid. Just running the place, you know, because the rich parents are away, and you basically have somebody with limitless resources, aka your rich friend, and then you can just like make pizza parties and shit. That stuff is so good. I glance off the side and notice a divot in the wood paneling next to the door. Carl slammed his head there when we were roughhousing 6 or 7 years ago. It's no wonder we didn't do more damage. Jenna nudges me with her shoulder and I shift my attention back to her. Hey, I'm going to put something on in the living room. I've been mainly camped up there in the couch with my laptop while you guys were out earlier trying to get some studying done. Despite the quiet, it's a little difficult to focus with all this going on. So you wanna watch some TV? Well, sure, I've got something in mind. She smiles at me, turning tail to head down the hall. I follow suit, briefly considering raiding the cupboard for snacks, but that kind of feels out of line considering the circumstances. Yeah, I would agree. Man, I love look at that. I really like how this looks. I know it's not really a drawn background. It's just something with a filter plastered over it. Like, kinda nice. It looks kinda nice. It's a nice back. Flynn had turned the air conditioning off last night, so we've got the ceiling fan going overhead. Doing a pretty good job keeping me cool. The blade spinning so fast, they almost look still. When I was a kid, I was always afraid of having my fan on the high setting. The thing would start to wobble and click, and I thought that at any moment it would spin off its socket to come carrying down towards me. That will never happen. Like if the fan would spin off the socket, it would just go to the side. It might bounce on the wall and back to you, but it will never come directly down on you. This one, Carl looks extremely sturdy though. Kind of looks like made out of some sort of brushed copper with a turquoise painted metal base. It's at this point I realize I'm not doing a good job of focusing on the anime Jenna put on. I glance over to her to see if she's noticed my wandering gaze, but I see that her eyes are closed. At first I think she's asleep though. They begin to flutter open after some time. She rolls her head some in my direction, catching me gawking. She smiles slightly, stretching her arms out over her head and letting out a long yawn. What? I put on my best innocent face. Oh, you totally were thinking about it, weren't you? Just checking to see if you were riveted by the ongoing developments of Mr. Wong's fledgling dim sum business. That sounds actually interesting. Mr. Wong killing people and putting them into the dim sum? That's a story. An amused noise escapes between her lips, her left ear twitching some as she stares at the screen with half-lidded eyes. Have the magical demon girls shown up yet? Magical what? I thought this was a nice little, what do they call it, a slice of life thing? Oh, there's only, if you wanna watch a really funny and cool slice of life anime, watch Grand Blue Dreaming. I love that one to bits. And I'm still mad we didn't get a second season so far. Well, I suppose that's how they get you. She hums her words. Her tone sleepy and warm. They lull you into something calm, low pressure, giving you a chance to really lift the setting before they pull the rug out from beneath you. Jenna's tone is infectious, and even I start to speak with a sort of rumbling, only half serious whine. And do they all have to be like that? I mean, what if I just want a quiet, slow burn kind of show? Seems like all of them these days just have fantastical bullshit that comes out of nowhere. Chase, you clearly don't watch anime, do you? If you want slice of life, I mean, most of them have actually fantastical bullshit, that's true. I was just thinking about Oh My Goddess being like really chill, but yeah, not sure anymore. It has fantastical anime. I watch anime, we love it. King Alpha, you have to tell me, what's your favorite animes? Case you really don't watch yourself, do you? On screen, the character of Mr. Wong, a rodent red panda, is cooking a batch of fried rice in a large wok. It's also lovingly animated for something so mundane. That's something the Japanese like excel at. Animating fucking food and drawing food and like making food look really appealing. I don't know how they do that, but have you played Monster Hunter? Have you cooked there? Jace, there are plenty of slow burn shows out there. Yeah, that would have been my answer too. And how would you even know? The slice of life kind of anime I love is campfire cooking in another world. It's absolute best, and I'm patiently waiting for the second season. I've never heard of campfire cooking, but in another world, but I'd definitely check it out. It sounds already cozy as shit. Did you watch Grand Blue Dreaming by any chances, King? And how would you even know? You told me don't keep up with you don't keep up with this stuff anymore. Yep, I actually liked it. Nice. I mean, I occasionally will put some anime on when I'm bored back at Pueblo. Oh yeah? Case, you are lying. Well, I guess hanging out with you has made me kinda interested again. Luna smiles again and I can see the little tips of her tiny fangs. She shifts in her seat, scooting from her side of the sofa to mine. Her arms wrap around my torso, squeezing me some. Without really thinking, I rest my head against her. There's an exhale for what seems like ages. I can feel butterflies in my stomach somewhere deep down. The light prickle of goosebumps along my neck. Oh my! Oh my! I already see that Chase remembers the bat. I already see that Leo tries to murder her at one point. It's so intimate and beyond the boundaries of closeness that Jenna and I have shared in the past. But it's comfortable, no judgment or pressure. Just two people on the same wavelength. Both very tired, stressed out, and kinda slap happy. I watch her chest rise and fall against mine. Her fur so much softer than mine, it's like running your paws through goose down. Slap my fingers around her shoulder and down her arm, and then back up again. Is this just platonic? If this is platonic, then you have a very close platonic relationship, Chase. This is almost over the platonic border. Like, it actually is over the platonic border. This shouldn't be this isn't platonic anymore. No. Like one of those cuddly girl slumber party This doesn't happen at these parties. Are you fucking crazy? We never did anything like this when we were younger. Oh my god. Chase, shut your mouth. The closest thing I can think of is when we shared an air mattress when we went camping for my 16th birthday. Leo having been out of town that time, of course. Yeah, I guess as much, Wildfire. I think the platonic route is when you tell her you're gay. Or if you take another option from the 3 that I just chose, one of the 2. You're very cute, Chase. Your words take me by surprise. The compliment to so blatant and not something I've been told in years. The only thing I'm afraid of, and in which I'm probably right, Jenna has been infatuated with Chase for a longer time, and the prank she pulled with Chase together on Leo was probably very self-serving, and I will distract points for that. Because that's fucked up shit, Jenna. Okay? Just so you know. It feels like a minute passes before I feel her weight shift besides me. Okay, this part is only affected by that choice. Okay. She looks up at me and I look back down to her. Next thing I know, her mouth is pressed against mine. My heart skips in my chest and there's definitely some tightness in my shorts. Why is Chase such a fucking man whore? And why is everyone in this game horny for Chase? Can somebody... Okay, the one person who wasn't horny for Chase is Carl. If you get the good ending. But Chase was kind of horny for Carl. Like, either Chase is horny for the character or the character is horny for Chase. Her muscle is small and my tongue easily fills it inside once she opens her lips. We continue for some, the noise from the TV seeming to fade into the background. It is an unimportant mumbling drowned out by our pounding heartbeats and the whir of the spinning fan above. I can't see that, Wildfire. I'm just not, like, there's a few things I still have questions about because we didn't get a lot of information on that so far. He got that faceless hentai guy wrist. Yeah, definitely. He has about as much wrist as the main character from... Jesus Christ, I missed the name. What's that one clock up visual novel? Euphoria, exactly. If you don't know what Euphoria is, please don't look it up. You will regret it. I'm serious. You kind of have to know more about the guy that helped Chase during the Leo route to get it. Okay. It isn't until the episode ends and we are left in an actual silence that Jenna seems to pause. She pulls back, eyes on my chest, and her expression indiscernible in the new darkness. I'm a little concerned about moving forward with this. Jenna, can you be a little bit less matter of fact about this? I've seen how these sorts of things can destroy friendships. And the one I have with you I truly value. I'm worried we will look at ourselves in the morning, well, in a couple of hours and be disappointed with ourselves. Wait, who are you referring to, Wildfire? I only remember Kutsu. Who else is there? Well, I guess I forgot someone. Chase, wait. I stopped for a second, frowning. Are you saying you don't want to, you know, at least in part, because you think I'm gonna be bad at it? Oh, Jesus. No, that's not what she's saying! Oh, yeah, that guy, yeah. Shadow Chase, as we call him. Shadow Chase. I want to know more about Shadow Chase. But I think I'll get to know more about him in one of the other routes that we still have on the table. Or throughout these routes. Wait, no, it's not Shadow Chase. What am I saying? We'll find out. Are you... Jenna doesn't immediately respond. Oh no. Done it plenty of times. You were the fucking receiver, Chase. That's not counting. Yeah, exactly, Orion. I just realized that it was a completely different voice. My voice comes out a little louder than expected and Jenna pushes her paw to my mouth, hushing me. I pull her away, repeating myself, but this time more quietly. I'm not bad at sex. Oh my gosh. Help! I can feel my cheeks burning at this point. Jenna's increasingly amused expression not helping at all. Chase, oh my god. Jenna's shoulders shake as she titters, clearly tickled by how flustered I'm getting. I'm serious! I can see that. It's not exactly what I was getting at, but I'm well aware you and Leo snuck off every chance you could when you were younger. But as you may possibly know, there are several slight differences in anatomy between Leo and I. I continue to frown at her as hard as I can. Okay, don't give me that look. I actually feel bad. I grunt quietly. Well, how many guys have you been with? You got to ask me at the diner, so only fair, right? After the first year of college, I pretty much lost complete contact with Jenna's social circle. I wouldn't be surprised if Jenna was still a virgin, basically. Apart from the case if somebody forced himself on her. Because I wouldn't be surprised if that happened too. Initially, it was because Carl never really wanted to go out, so I mainly just hung around our dorm. But the time Carl dropped out, it was like all our social links had been severed. I'd look at the pictures she'd post on her timeline, and I wouldn't recognize anybody she was friends with. And what did you do to get to know these people again, Chase? Nothing, right? Was such a contrast seeing her all at all these fancy events, wearing formal dress and receiving awards. For a while I thought she'd just changed, transformed by college life and the intellectual peers she surrounded herself with. But talking to her again this week, I've come to realize that's not the case at all. She was always that person, it was just everyone else that brought her down to our level, I guess. Being with? She leans back some, perking an eyebrow and putting on a professional visage. Though she's still got a mirth-laden look in her eyes. Are you asking about dating or sex? Both, I guess. Well, about the same then. 6 or 7. 6.5? Just say 6. What happened with number 7? She lets out an amused noise, then seems to think for a moment as she strokes her chin. Oh, it was nothing too serious. Just this guy who worked at the gym I went to. I believe he was A draft horse? Jesus Christ, Jenna! My mouth goes a little dry. Draft horse. Mm-hmm. She also like, yeah, she really does. I'm kinda, I think she might also think I'm one over there. They can really do that. She smiled slightly. It was really sweet and the muscles were nice. They can also bond about their love for muscles, huh? Usually I don't like being picked up, but it was definitely interesting with him being nearly 7 feet tall. I stared blankly at her, eyes wide. She continues to smile at me, though the corner of her mouth twitches, and she brings her paw up to cover her muzzle. Days. I'm messing with you. I knew it. Jenna! No. She's a bit of a trickster. Wait. Is that really your oh my god. Chase. Stop. Just enjoy it. She's clearly into you. Just don't question it, Chase. What are you doing here? Man, this guy's insecure. Wait, is that really your type? I thought you would be more like into like twiggy anime boys. I'll have you know my manga and anime interests do not control my love life. Oh my. I like people primarily based off their personality. It is a very good answer, Jenna. Oh, I'm fucked then. Jenna chuckles at that. She reaches out and takes my paw, giving it a firm squeeze before patting my cheek. Though it feels nice, I'm not sure how to take all of this. I'm sorry for messing with you. Her voice is clear and soft, and she punctuates the end of her sentence with a kiss on the tip of my nose. I'm admittedly a little nervous myself. Crossing new thresholds like this can be a little nerve-wracking, but make no mistake, I do want this. I let that settle for a moment before reaching up, taking hold of each of her wrists. Wait, are you serious? He nods happily. You're okay with it, of course? Really? You and me? He nods again. Hmm? Like, boyfriend and girlfriend? The thought enters my head just before I speak it. And I have just enough time to close my mouth before it's uttered. She looks at me curiously. Just shut up and say yes. Yeah, I'm down with this. Yeah. God damn, it's loud over here, isn't it? So that was a stormy night, huh? Yo! You guys been having fun? Oh, you bet your sweet ass, Flynn. I glanced down at Jenna, her legs still entwined in my own. I quickly tried to untangle her, scooting to the other side of the couch while yanking up my shorts. Oh, Chase! Come on! Heterosexuality. Yeah, those damn heterosexuals, am I right? They can be very scary. Quickly try to untangle us. I read that. She's got a firm grip on my tail for some reason, and I have to grit my teeth to keep from yelping as it tugs. Groggily, I begin to see her turquoise eyes flutter open, blinking at her surroundings, then me, then the sound coming from the entrance hall. Ah! She rubs her face, trying to shake off the sleep fatigue. What'd you say? There's some clattering noises from the kitchen coming. There's some clattering noises from the kitchen, like the rustling of plastic bags and the clacking of Tupperware. Did he not see us? No, he didn't, obviously. He's in the kitchen. He might have brought food or whatever. Thank fuck he's a lizard and can't smell us at least. Great. I asked if you fuckers have been having fun. It's midday. Flynn, you got our text. We were up late last night searching for Carl. Yeah, and making yourself at home here. What you got over there? Hentai? I checked the TV. Frozen on a guide menu screen grab of a frantic anime girl holding way more bowls of soup than is ordinarily considered reasonable. Alright, Wildfire. If you drop out, that's fine. Take care. Now hope you're back soon. Jenna yawns into her paw, quietly pulling up a black pair of panties around her thighs, following. Jenna yawns into her paws, quietly pulling up a black pair of panties around her thighs, followed by her trademark jean shorts. So, they did the thing last night. As we already knew, obviously, but yeah. She's so lackadaisy about it, like she doesn't care if she's... Why should she care if she's caught? Chase, you didn't do anything forbidden. I can't with this guy sometimes. You fucked Jenna. You both consented. There is nothing weird about this. Nothing. Well, probably there is. If the friend group gets it, because probably a bit of an issue with Leo, but in general, it's nothing weird. Sex is not weird. Her expression is distracted, but not by Flynn or me, though she manages... I mean, I agree with that to some extent, but in the end, they are still they still have their urges, and they are still just human, quote unquote. And sometimes these things just happen, even if the friend is missing. That's just how it goes. But maybe I'm also having a more, or how do you say? A very, matter-of-fact look at this. I return the smile, albeit lopsidedly. Half my face still feels tingly in the sleep. So we're dead fucking certain that Duke doesn't know shit then, god damn it. I hear the heavy footfalls of the Gila leave the kitchen, making his way around to us. He's holding 4 small plastic containers. He gives 2 to each of us, setting them down on the coffee table. The insides are fogged up from condensation or steam. I can't exactly tell what they contain. It looks green, I guess. Flynn sees me gawking and lets out an exasperated puff of air through his flared nostrils. The top container's got Caesar salad, the bottom's got fresh cooked bluegill. Bluegill? I blink at the steaming container. You catch that yourself? Yeah? He perks up brow rich. And you cooked it just for us? The line of questions seemed to give the Gila pause, as if he needs to make sure he phrases his words carefully. Jenna smirks in my direction before blowing her nose into a tissue. Usually I'd drop some off for Carl, just to then enter his ass, right, Flynn? Or get your booty entered by Carl. He holds his arm over his chest, you know, to make sure he doesn't go into a full-on diabetic coma. His arteries packed up with pizza and energy drinks. It's very thoughtful of you, Flynn. Yeah, thanks, man. I give him a thumbs up, to which he just shakes his head. Whatever. Any word from the sheriff's office? Jenna reaches into her shorts and grabs her phone. She taps at it for a few moments before shaking her head. Nothing since yesterday. The person I spoke with at the office said they would reach out to me with any questions or updates they had. God, fucking useless. They're so goddamn overstaffed there anyway. How hard can it be to find one fat-ass rich kid in the middle of vast fucking nowhere? You just said it yourself, Flynn. Vast fucking nowhere. Apparently rather difficult. Just wait for Carl's parents to post a reward. Money or some shit. Just think public entities get to claim those sorts of things. No, they don't usually. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Yes, Ray, it's the furries. Jenna, Flynn scowled at Jenna for a good 4 seconds before turning away, walking to the grand living room window and peering out to the backyard. Well, yeah, I fucking know that. It just don't make a lick of sense. No food, cars, or cell phone missing, nothing. Nothing valuable stolen, and no break-in indications, besides the scuff marks you made on the way in. Flynn, if I hadn't gone in through the window, Leo would have eventually shoulder-rammed the front door down. Which he should go to jail for if he did that. Flynn folds his hands behind the back of his head, clenching his eyes shut. Yeah. God, what a fucking crazy ass. At least his desperate attempt helped us figure out Carl was missing earlier. Jenna pushes herself to her feet, walking over to beside Flynn. She folds her arms over her chest. So we briefly skimmed over this yesterday, but with regards to Carl's mental state leading up to all this. Flynn ever so slightly shifts his head in the Phoenix direction. Their size difference stark as they stand silhouetted in front of the window. Is there anything you can think of that would help us out here? Anything to cause Carl to say fuck it and run out into the desert without any belongings, you mean? Yes. Jenna answers flatly. He's been depressed as hell, but that's how he's been since he dropped out of college. All that digital art shit he used to do, he hasn't done much of that either lately. Whenever I check, my phone or computer is always online, just sending me memes and shit all day. That is a good friend though. Somebody who sends you memes loves you. Because they want to make you laugh. I mean, at least I think that would be the intention behind it, but maybe I see that not correctly. Despite my efforts, there ain't been much in the line of indication he'd been planning on changing that routine anytime soon. I'm sorry to hear that. She sounds genuine in that regard, letting out a quiet sigh. Ain't nothing you can do about it from fancy college land. I finally get my ass off the couch, silently hoping that I hadn't left the surface all oily. You should have thought about that earlier, you oily fuck you. I think he's been getting high more. Says it chills him out, helps him with nightmares and shit. Nightmares? Flynn nods. Yeah, he's been going off on how his house is haunted. Says things get weird whenever he goes to bed. Weird how? Flynn is starting to look increasingly exasperated at my continued prodding. It's evident he wants to shift focus back to the search effort. Fuck Chase. I do know. Bumps in the night, creepy children, whispers, distant laughing. That sort of shit. This house is so fucked up, dude. Like, I don't even want to know what Carl's ancestor did in there. Like, that guy was a child murderer, 100%. Said he only heard them when he was about to fall asleep or waking up, so he could never investigate. Interesting. Really? You said that getting high was how he coped with this newfound paranoia. I let him sleep over once and my whole room smelled like skunk week for a fucking week. He slept over because he was afraid to be here in the house? No, he stayed over because I was plowing his ass. This is like the most fucking direct answer you could have ever asked for. Was he sleeping over because he's afraid? Nah, I was just shoving it into his pooper. Jesus Christ, Flynn. Flynn is such a base character. Like, this guy, single-handedly, second best character. You know, he's just kidding because Flynn is an obvious bottom. It's so funny as shit because it's probably partially true. His tone is laden with sarcasm and I even find myself snickering a bit at the shock. Turner doesn't laugh though, meeting Flynn's gaze with an indiscernible expression. The Gila clears his throat, scratching at his stomach. Yeah, he was afraid to be here. I know enough about Carl's family to know that his house is seriously old. His great something or another is the town founder after all. The place has since been seriously modernized into a more stucco adobe style. But there's some definite history underneath all of this. There's a child cemetery down here somewhere. Growing up, Carl started thinking there were ghosts in the house. Freaked him out pretty badly. Carl 100% was correct on that one. So much so his parents basically begged me to have sleepovers with him during the weekends and even some weekdays. Not that I minded, of course. Carl had all the video game consoles that were out. And his parents bought him M-rated video games, huh? That kind of shit. I still remember. It was 1997. And Blood was out. And there's like a sticker on it that says, it's a very violent game and it's only for people with nerves of steel and whatnot. And I was at the video game store with my grandma and I was like, hey Granny, can I have this? And she's like, yeah, sure. I told you can't pick one and I picked Blood, obviously. She didn't give a single flying fuck what I would play. I got to stay up late with his giant TV blowing up aliens and running over hookers. Man, that sounds like a good time though. I remember he started to become less afraid as time went on, and his parents stopped asking me to come over as much. I wonder why, Chase. So of course shitbag younger me told Carl a bunch of stories about a ghost bride whom I said I saw standing outside his house at midnight. And that's how I got to spend my whole 5th grade summer vacation living in Carl's place. I'm back. Woo! Welcome back. The fact that Carl is still freaked out about this sort of thing is pretty concerning. Yeah, I don't know. If you tell him about a ghost bride in 5th grade just to fuck with him, you piece of shit. Well, to be quite fair, I held the mindset that my house was haunted and saw whatever that was on the phone out of my window. She pauses, shaking her head. Chase being Chase again, yeah. He just confessed essentially that he scared Carl in 5th grade with a story about a ghost bride so he could have more sleepovers. Being a cunt, as always. I'd probably be rather freaked out as well. Yeah, but would you run outside? It doesn't make any sense. You'd think this place would be more ransacked if this was like a fucking kidnapping or something. You don't try and kidnap a fucking ram without getting some serious dents and scratches in the drywall. Are you sure about that, Flynn? Because that ram is, I wouldn't say docile, but he doesn't strike me as someone who, would fight back a lot. He would probably just run away. And probably make dents with that in the wall, but I don't know, man. Al isn't really a fighter. No one is apart from Jenna and maybe Flynn. And Leo. Leo, obviously. Leo is a fighter. I could see Flynn throwing hands too, though. He might not get far because he's like a twink, but... How it works out, I like to imagine Flynn, yeah. I mean, I could imagine Flynn being like somebody who throws hands and also could like get a little bit far in a fight, but I also think he might be pretty quickly knocked out if a more experienced fighter comes around. The idea of Carl being assaulted like this is starting to give me a serious pit in the bottom of my stomach. Well, you find some scattered plaster dust and marks on the wall near the basement crawl space. Yeah, maybe there could have been like an initial scuffle down there, and then he was held at like gunpoint or something. I'm still thinking about the rat trucker though. There's a look of sudden shock at the direness of my words that flashes across Flynn's face. Anxiety, fear, concern. All expressions seldom seen on the lizard. Not surprised, Orca. No, I just need to reassure you all that I'm still thinking about the rat trucker. He quickly stifles them, adopting his usual disgruntled demeanor, emitting forth a familiar grunt in response. Guys, I think we're escalating here. No offense to you, Chase, but I think I might want to have a chat with Jeremy myself. You can come along, of course. Same to you, Flynn. By Jenna's assurance of non-offense, I can't help but feel a little shitty about not pressing harder for information while I was there. Chase, nobody expects you to do anything of value for this group, because everyone is just picking your slack up behind you. So it's fine. It's okay, Chase. I mean, fuck, I want to be a journalist, right? Yeah, that doesn't mean you're going to be good at it, Chase. Can't be getting intimidated by childhood bullies. Flynn nods, but only slightly. Yeah, but Chess said he told him the drugs he sold weren't laced. You get visit from ghosts, too. Shit, I haven't talked to that flunk ass in so fucking long. We were always a bit too old to get the brunt of his sadistic side when we were growing up. Though that was mainly Clint. They all rubbed off on each other easily enough. Clint pulls out his phone, a rather dated first-gen looking thing from the late 2000s. He pecks at it with his large fingers, walking off towards the foyer. Gonna text TJ and Pinball Smasher that we are together and asking around. No need to be more specific than that. Trust me, I wasn't about to tell him where we are heading till we are done. For TJ, I'll make sure the next... yeah, absolutely deserved nickname. Pinball Smasher. For TJ, I'll make sure to text him to make sure he's alright. We start to head out as well when suddenly calls out back to us. Oh, and bring your goddamn lunch. Took me for fucking ever to put that together. Leo probably would do anything. You just like how would you get Leo to fuck something that isn't even really real? You just put glue a photo of Chase to it, and Leo whips it out and goes to town on it. Everything else doesn't matter. Are you nervous? I ask, trying to break the silence. Put an image of Chase. You took the words right out of my comment. Exactly. Flynn takes his eye off the road long enough to peer back at me through the rearview mirror, then glances over at Jenna. She's riding shotgun, cradling her fishy Tupperware in her lap so it doesn't spill. I already told you I wouldn't mind seeing Jeremy again. Well, what about you, Flynn? Why are you asking me? They weren't my bullies. I'm not sure if that's exactly true. I have the distinct memories of the tetanus alley crew calling him all sorts of slurs back in the day. I feel like Flynn doesn't give a fuck about this. Oh, they started a rumor he was some kind of sadomasochistic gay rape. Holy shit, dude. Did they mix up him and Brian? That rumor somehow wormed its way out of Echo to our high school. I remember there was a whole thing where he got called into the counselor's office about it. He proceeded to call the counselor a wretched gashed cunt and Flynn never changed, please. Thank you. Thank you. And got 1 week of suspension. Deserved suspension, but also she also probably deservedly so was called a wretched gashed cunt. It wasn't ever clear if any of that shit stuck. Based Flint, exactly. He certainly never cried about it like TJ did. Sounds more like you're the one with the issues, Brown. I'm gonna spill bluegill all over your seat. You'll be scrubbing the upholstery with my foot up your ass if you even open that goddamn lid in my truck. Chase already spoke with them. You said You only saw Jeremy, Heather, and Micah, correct? I'm kinda curious how Heather looks. Jenna looks back at me and I nod. I'm gonna do my Valley Girl accent again if she's talking. But gonna be based in reality and fantasy. Do you mean like you draw real life inspiration and then put it into a fantasy universe, or? Yeah, it sounds very interesting. I'm just trying to understand it a little bit better. Micah heard me why. Heard he was back in town a while ago. Never expected he'd turn up again after what, 7 years? Have you gone by to say hello? There's a hint of teasing in her voice, responding to the Gila's Latin disdain for the kid. That's evident in his tone. But in a fantasy world, yeah, okay, so I understand it correct. He stole my fucking dirt bike. Stole your fucking dirt bike 8 years ago. That Gila sure knows how to hold a grudge. Well, he was still kind of a shithead when I visited yesterday. Yeah? I see the back of Flint's scaly hat. And seriously, what'd he do? Well, he didn't do anything. To me, I guess. Just seemed like he hated my guts. I tried calling him out on his shit, and he wasn't having any of it. He called you a faggot? Of course. He smirks into the rearview mirror at me. Glad to see this is all so amusing to you. I'm allowed to think whatever the fuck I want is amusing. Are you going to ask for your dirt bike back? I ask, half joking, half trying to break the tension. I did get it back, remember? Little shit dented the fuck out of it and put his weird punk band stickers all over the body, but I got it. Literally had to go to his house and talk with his parents to get it back. Should have pressed charges. Which house was that again? It was the yellow stucco on the end of Jasmine. One that is one of the older buildings they constructed during World War II. Holy shit, that's a fucking old ass building, dude. His and mine were the only houses down there that weren't RVs or mobile homes. I believe it was condemned and demolished a couple of years ago, right, Flynn? Flynn nods, turning off onto a dirt road. Oh my god. They tore down that house. Shame. Oh yeah, the roof was caving in, the electrical was a fucking hazard, and the pipes were lead-based. Holy shit! These people are fucked, dude, that lived in there. Lead-based pipes. Lead-based? I thought that was banned before then. Major cities did. Technically, it wasn't in the building code till the 80s. It was a World War II house. Yeah, it definitely was. There was a lot of World War II in that house, I guess. Let's just focus on the missing ram, right? We drive some in silence for a while. Until we see some smoke rising up from behind one of the older trailers. The hell's going on? Flynn pulls over. The distinct smoke of smell of burnt mesquite pots wafts through the air. Actually kind of pleasant. Flynn takes out his cell phone, stepping out of the truck, puzzling his way over to the source of the smoke. Jenna and I exchange a quick look before following in his wake. The aroma grows stronger as we round the abandoned trailer and make our way to an outcropping overlooking the rest of the area. There's even a slight apple-like smell mixed in. As we round the bend, I can see a few lawn chairs spread about a crackling bonfire. Some of the chairs have faded Princess print designs, while the others are of the more traditional camping variety. Next of them is a fluorescent orange cooler and a portable grill looking thing that kind of looks like a toaster oven. Don't think they got a permit for that. Oh, hi! The high-pitched voice comes from behind. And next thing we know, there's a feline bounding up towards us. I see Jenna recoil some, the fennec lingering a bit behind the rest of us. Flynn, meanwhile, looks stone-faced, his hand in his pockets. Hello? I was here the other day, but we have some more questions about Carl, if that's alright. I with sixes reaches the point. Past flirting and around that. Yeah, it does. You were? I love this game. She stares at me for a long moment. She was completely fucking high yesterday. She was completely out of it. Too long, actually. Flynn audible sighs. I know you. You're Leo's boyfriend, right? Ex-boyfriend. Jenna chimes in, but seems to be visibly regretted as Heather's attention swivels to her. Oh my god, Jasmine, hi! She rushes over to Jenna, wrapping her arms around her in a tight hug. Is that, like... what's his name? Clint's sister? You look really good. Thanks. Jenna doesn't correct her on the name change for some reason. Instead, she very gingerly pats Heather on the back before withdrawing back a foot. I didn't shower this morning, so it's a wonder if true. Neither did I. Astonishing. Where's Jeremy at? Oh, hi, Flynn. Heather waves at him despite the tequila being literally only a couple feet away. Oh, Jesus Christ, Heather, you're so high you can't even... That poor thing. Flynn furrows his brow some, limply waves his hand once before stuffing it back into his pocket. Sure? Oh, I made a joke a while ago and he got really offended and walked off. It was so dumb. Where'd he walk off to? I don't know. Oh, let me get you guys a drink. We are having an Ahoa party. A what? Before anyone can say anything, she turns heel and scampers off. Her demeanor like an excited child. Once we're alone, I broach the obvious question. What's an Ahoa party? Jenna looks over at me and shrugs. Flynn squints at the land around him, folding his arms over his chest and mumbling to himself. Whose property is this? I thought she lived with her dad. The one who works at the dam? The lizard sucks in his tongue and quickly shakes his head. His question evidently rhetorical. I would have guessed so too, Wildfire, but you never know. Maybe it's something junkies do. They don't do Aloha parties, they don't Ahoa parties. She does seem different, doesn't she? I wasn't expecting the compliments after, well, how she treated me before. I think she's just fucking high. And she doesn't even really recognize you. Next thing we know, the feline is returning with 3 beers clutched to her chest. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Take them. They're really cold and getting my shirt wet. This is not a Miss Wet t-shirt contest here, Heather. I blink and quickly step up to take one. Kind of awkwardly sliding it from between her forearm and her cleavage. I'm not particularly hankering for a beer right now, admittedly, but I didn't exactly want to leave her hanging. After a moment of hesitation, Flynn and Jenna also take a beer. You guys can have a seat around the bonfire too. I glance over to the bonfire. It's pretty small. Only about 2 or 3 feet high. Why anyone would want to hang out near a bonfire during a 90-degree springtime heatwave is beyond me. Chase. Again. She's probably on drugs. She doesn't make sense right now. Some of the chairs are kind of small though, since they are for little girls. They are not very good for big boys. She looks up to Flynn, who stands nearly a foot and a half taller than her. There's like various locations where it could be set in. Texas, New Mexico. I would even maybe say it could be in Arizona. Maybe Nevada even, because Nevada is also like really hot. I've heard. Maybe even California. There's parts in California that are a desert as well. Yeah. The phrasing is so strange. And her smiling gaze lingers way too long. What? I'm fine standing. Flynn shifts uncomfortably. Flynn's kryptonite, a woman flirting with him. That's what's gonna kill him. Some people did some geography to find out where it would be, but I don't remember. Yeah, they probably had something specific in mind though. She does know he's gay, right? No, she doesn't. She's completely beyond it right now. Yeah, I recognize them. Those are mine. She points to the princess chair, specifically one with the print of a female cat in a blue dress and tiara, surrounded by chirping woodland birds. Oh, were. Oh, wow. You want them back? No. Why not? Jenna stares blankly at her. Look, Heather. When was the last time you saw Carl? She scratches herself, looking off to the side. I don't know. You should wait for Jer. He'd have an answer for you. In fact, I'll go look for him for you. Flynn steps up, his brow ridge furrowed. It's a simple goddamn question that I'm asking you. Specific, like. When was the last time you saw Carl? Heather reels back as Flint's tones grows more stern. The cat clutches at her own arms. I don't know. You know who Carl is. You blew him in high school. But what? No, that was Tanya. Carl's gross. As I recall, Heather briefly dated TJ and not Carl. It was a weird couple. No. God damn it. That doesn't narrow it down much, Flynn. It was a weird coupling with her being a couple years older. Though I guess I have no room to speak there. Yep, you shut the fuck up. She was kind of mean to everyone, so it wasn't surprising that they split. Ended up dating one of Leo's friends on the football team, if I remember right. Fucking whatever. Flynn waves off the correction. I remember taking an investigative journalism course freshman year that discussed interviewing techniques used by the police department. This included a big comprehensive list of tells for when someone is lying or obfuscating the truth. The way Heather's acting fits the description of a lot of the aforementioned. Oh, Jesus Christ, he's finally getting useful. Wait, Heather, so you're like best friends with Jeremy? Heather looks like she's about to bolt, but responds regardless. He's cool, but what he does that. And he sells pot around here. Jenna looks over at me, seemingly curious about where I'm going with this. Do you, like, need a plug? Because I don't get involved with any of that. I don't know anything. I quickly shake my head. No, like, you're around him when he does that sort of thing. Were you there when he sold to Carl last? She shifts her posture some, the cat scratching behind her ears and as her whiskers bristle. She cuts herself off, trying to think of the right words. They don't want me talking about this sort of thing with other people. Especially you guys, since you all hate us. I'm supposed to say that I don't know anything, but I do. I'm not stupid. Her voice is raised now and she clenches her fists against her stomach. Yeah, I get that, you know, it's totally cool. You're a fucking brainiac for sure. Shut up! She screeches at Flynn, tequila covering his ear holes with her wince. Jesus fucking Christ. Just ignore him, okay? He just wants to find our friend. We're really worried. Her dilated pupils flick back and forth between the two of us. There's another long silence. Like Keith? That name again. Sounds familiar. Isn't Keith the one that got like murdered by Brian? I look to Flynn and Jenna to see if it's ringing any bells with them. I'm not getting anything from Flynn, but Jenna frowns some. Hopefully not like Keith. That's why we're here now. Heather's shifting gaze meets Jenna, holding there for a moment before refocusing on me. Yeah, exactly. I was eating apple smoked jerky with Jer when Carl texted that he needed some stuff. He did the deal, but nothing special happened, I don't think. So nothing out of the ordinary. Heather thinks in silence for a while. Flynn meanwhile bites the cap off his beer and takes a swig. Flynn and Micah came by later and kept being really weird and pushy. Well, like Clint was. Micah just stole some jerky, but that's of how he usually is. Pushy how? About Carl? I think so. Wait, really? Flynn stops mid-drink, looking on in anticipation following her statement. Yeah. It was like about the money stuff, which I don't pay any attention to. I don't really use money that much anymore. I'm like aesthetic. Oh god. Oh god, this woman is so fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Okay, but do you remember anything specific? I think so. I was calling Micah out for the jerky thing, but he just kept ignoring me. Yeah, Sparkles aesthetics. And it's okay, Orko, you don't know yet. Oh my god. Do I wanna know? I think she's... I mean, she cried the last time, and I think she's probably heavily traumatized too. And dealing with it in her own way, but we'll find out. Because last time she just got triggered by something and then just cried all day. I was calling Mike out for the jerky thing, but he just kept ignoring me. Clint kept talking over me, and when I got mad at him, he just started whispering to Micah. It was super rude, so I really remember it well. It's actually been like really hard to remember things lately. Oh. That's about all I can think of to respond with. I wouldn't be surprised if she got gangbanged by Clint, Jeremy, and Micah. And she doesn't even know. Or prostituted and whored out by them. Like, there's some fucked up shit going on with Heather. And even if she's like a junkie and really not there, I just want to give her a hug and say it's okay. She's loved. Because I feel like she needs that. As I look over, I can see Jenna tapping away at her phone, typing something. She peers up only for a moment. Just long enough to give me a soft smile and a nod. She must be writing all this down. Flynn, meanwhile, is putting in an active effort to keep his mouth shut. He's waiting on me expectantly to continue. Yes, please continue. Before I can follow up, Heather starts speaking again, this time to Jenna. I don't really remember, like, why we didn't get along. Because the name Jasmine pops in my head and it's all, oh, that bitch. But I just saw you now and it all seems so silly, doesn't it? Jenna doesn't even seem to react to Heather at first. She shuts off a screen on her phone and exhales. looking Heather in the eye. She doesn't speak immediately, and there's this sort of latent tension in the air. Yeah. It's a bit silly. We are very much grown-ups now here. And I appreciate the hospitality. No, actually, we've got some spare cooked bluegill in the car. Bear! Flynn grunts. Flynn caught and cooked it himself. Flynn looks slightly less disgruntled after being credited, though it's clear he'd really intended the food to be for us. Oh, bluegill is good. I really like walleye, though. I just caught bluegill. Got some bass at home, but didn't bring it. Also, walleye ain't really in season. That sucks. Cool, you caught and cooked it, though. That's really rustic. I usually get something from the gas station. Jesus fucking Christ, Heather. You need to eat better, Heather. You're welcome. As for issues with remembering things, I'm not quite licensed to be issuing diagnosis. But I did briefly volunteer at a memory center up in Peyton. I actually think I have a card here still in the bottom of my purse. Jenna digs through her handbag for a moment before withdrawing a faded little card. Heather takes it, peering it over with some visible trepidation at the clinical text and brain imagery imprinted on it. If you can get a ride up there on a weekday, they generally can take walk-ins. The clerk there is super nice horse guy named Jessup. Uh-huh. Horse guy, huh, Jenna? Because there's no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock. Right, Jenna? Think they can bond for it after all. It's only $600, but it's a good treatment, yeah. Goes really deep. He can help you get set up with Medicaid to pay for it if you're not already covered. Horse guy. Oh, that's super neat. Thank you. Would be really cool if they could let me pick and choose which memories I get to keep, though. Jenna smiles, a flickering sense of melancholy behind her turquoise eyes. It would be nice, wouldn't it? Of course, the challenge and traumas we overcome shape who we are today. Oh yeah, totally. So double bummer if you're not exactly happy with who you are today, right, Jess? She lets out a sad-sounding giggle. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Flynn blink some, then peer offward awkwardly. He spits on the ground, the faint smell of his venom wafting in the breeze for a moment. I'm guessing he bit that cap too hard. Jenna opened her mouth to respond, but she pauses. Her ears flick some and she folds her arms over her chest. Yeah, double bummer. Let me get that bluegill. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Jenna heads back towards the truck and we are left standing awkwardly with Heather. Yeah. So, I'm gonna go get the others real quick, so... Bye! Before we can say anything further, she takes off again. In the distance, I can see her start running, arms flailing, with a palsy-like limpness to her side. Oh my. I can't help but feel the sort of queasiness sensation at the sight. This is what this place does to people. Jenna returns with the Tupperware, letting out a long sigh as she sees Heather in the distance. Props to you for not smacking the shit out of her. That was weirdly cordial, considering. Oh, no, part of me wanted to, trust me. That would have made things harder for this whole questioning business for sure. Well, there was that. And I suppose I was thinking about what you told me when we were talking earlier, Chase. Flynn raises a brow ridge, waiting for her to explain. Flynn be like, good thing. Oh, God. Does something else happen? Oh, don't tell me. No, I'm not asking the question. There's probably a little bit of different if you're alluring to it in that way, Wildfire. She does not. Yeah, it's probably the decision that was also what she allured to, maybe. I get the feeling you guys have more intense history than I thought. Tried not to talk about it too much back in the day. Back then she was rude to me. Even when I'd done nothing wrong to her. I figured she was just insecure and I left it at that. What you told me. Okay. Then one night, she came to me with no one else to turn to, tears in her eyes. She claimed she had some pretty serious problems going on at home and wanted to tell me about it. From that point forward, I was ready to defend her, to help in any way I could, short of going to the police, of course, because she begged me not to. I started out as little things, the favors. She was too emotionally distressed to do her own homework, so I did it. She couldn't come to class because of panic attack, and the teacher wouldn't understand, so I lied for her. She needed money to see a friend in Peyton, so I gave her what little money I had. Oh, shit. It went on for some time until eventually enough was enough. I had my own problems, especially at home, and I just couldn't juggle the well-being of everyone. That's not my responsibility. It shouldn't. It shouldn't be, Jenna. You did what you could for her, and that's okay. I told her up front that I was going through a tough time and couldn't do those favors anymore, but was always available to talk. Fair? That wasn't good enough, of course. Despite being busy with her fractured home life and stressed in the stresses of school, she still found the time to create an elaborate revenge on the one person who cared enough to help. Next thing I know, my latest boyfriend of the week and his friend are pounding on my door at 10 p.m. And what does he tell mom and dad when they open the door? She deepens her voice, putting on a Dubro accent. Yo, I'm looking for Jasmine. She told us to meet out here to get some. So not only did they convince my idiotic parents that I was fucking Five Guys, burgers and fries, including her boyfriend, she told the whole school. I had my paw smashed in a locker, was fired from my part-time job and lost almost all my friends outside of you guys. Dinner gestures to the both of us. She made herself the sufferer in that narrative. The one who had mistakenly trusted a weird horny anime girl. Dinner takes a sharp breath from her nostrils. From her nostrils, her composure otherwise completely solid. And she didn't even have the dignity to atone for her actions when the chance was standing right in front of her. She continues to lie and manipulate her way through every social interaction to make herself feel better. It's the perpetuation of this endless cycle of perceiving herself as this sort of eternal victim, when in reality it's complete delusion that hurts her and everyone around her. Victim complex, huh? Is the diagnosis a victim complex, Jenna? With the way Jenna rattles off point after point regarding Heather's transgressions, it's evident this is something she's thought of about greatly. Maybe even rehearsed. I can't believe you never told me about this. When I was hanging out with you guys, that whole drama was the last thing I wanted to talk about. You know, it was actually Leo who kept prodding me that something was wrong and insisted help. I suppose he meant well enough. Down the hill a ways, the dusty shape of two figures can be seen emerging from an old shed. One of them pauses as he sees Heather sprinting off to the road, down the road, while the other ignores her and carries on. Eventually, though, the both of them see us and begin making their way in our direction. Well, here comes the gang. I sidestep over to Jenna, lowering my voice some. But you're okay? Jenna seems slightly surprised at the question, giving me a slight smile. Maybe one day she'll realize that she did what she did, even if it's not today. Not today, bro. Not today. Not today's this action. So, to put it simply, I'm good, Chase. Thank you for the concern. After what she just expressed, that's a bit of an oversimplification, but I'm not going to press the issue. She probably really wanted that catharsis. So what did you come back with your posse to intimidate us or whatever? Jeremy's dull eyes are focused on me. I'm starting to feel increasingly intrusive, standing next to that bonfire with their beer. This is definitely the sort of shit that would get me smacked down as a kid. Is he here? The smaller bat whispers to Jeremy, seeming to be walking directly behind him as if he's trying to stay out of sight. No, man. Micah lets out a relieved sigh, and after a moment, the familiar white fuzzy form of Micah emerges from behind the rattan fennec. Micah's packing some heat down here, look at this. He's clutching something though, a long piece of rebar. At first I think he's holding it as a sort of self-defense weapon, but I noticed a hot white ash coated on the end. I guess it's a makeshift poker for the bonfire. Hello, Jeremy. Hey, sis. Man, I'd like to ask you how you've been, but I'm assuming good, right? Generally speaking, yes. Where's Heather? Like, honestly, this kind of meeting between Jenna and Jeremy is kind of like how I imagine Bart and Lisa from The Simpsons meet after years of being like apart. And the roles fit too, like the one went off to college, the other one ended up as a drug dealer. Oh, she said she had to go to do something real quick. I think she'll be back. Well, like I said, I'm well enough. However, we're still looking for Carl as Chasey made you aware yesterday. Jeremy looks over. Looks over to me with a tepid expressions, the faint outlines of a grimace forming at the edge of his muzzle. Really? Really? Flynn steps up, the Gila tall enough that his shadow falls directly up on the smaller Fennec. Wow, Rockabilly, I don't see you much out here. Fucking wonder why. Micah glares at him from across the bonfire. The shifty looking bat, increasingly agitated by our presence. We told Schizo all we knew yesterday. Evidently not, and yeah, don't call him that. Jeremy lets out an amused noise, though it's clear he's also getting a bit tense, especially with Flint's looming form. I'm kinda smelling a brawl coming up. Heather was saying you all were talking about Carl after the drop. All secretive like. Shortly after, he fucking disappears. Yeah, tit dirts. Wanna extrapolate on that? Tit dirts. It's one way to phrase it, I guess. Yeah, tit dirts. Jeremy lets out an astonished puff of air, turning to peer past Jenna at me. Wow, dude, you really did fucking go crying to your friends for help. I feel a knot starting to form in my stomach and I resist the urge to clench my fist. I'm just trying to find Carl. He's your friend too, right? Fuck no. Rich tits don't get any love around these parts. Yeah, you just want their money. Like the fucking asshole that you are. Yeah, that's true, well. Didn't even think the guy had friends anymore after you two left. He points it to Jenna and I. Flynn scowls but says nothing. Yo, does Mommy Maya know you're here? Micah's looking up at Flynn now. Cause I won't be harassed, bitch. Flynn actually laughs, exasperated beyond measure. Could you shut your mouth before I call your parents? I'm nearly 21 now. You can't do shit. Wow. He's that old? Yeah, I can call the sheriff on you for trespassing and an unpermitted burning during the fire season. And they charge you as an adult. Then why is your fat ass here instead of them, bitch? Jenna rubs her temple with both paws. Okay, let's put a stop to this. We apologize for intruding on your Hoa party, but we wouldn't be here if it wasn't serious. This ain't serious to me. Seems like a big joke seeing you clowns back together. Whew. I start resenting Micah a little bit, you know? I think this guy needs to be punched in the face some more times by Leo, so he gets the message. Micah, enough. Her tone is so stern and maternal that it visibly catches the bat off guard. He seems surprised that she even remembers his name. Look, let's just have a seat, alright? It's this, whatever you say. Micah blinks at Jeremy in response and grumbles quietly. Yeah, whatever. The bat looks over his shoulder before moving to one of the camping chairs and taking a seat. Jeremy does as well. Both seem to be making a conscious effort not to sit in the prince's ones. Clint takes another swig from his beer and joins them. I hesitate a bit, but Jenna beckons me forward. As I sit, the singeing burn from the fire mixes with the glaring heat of the sun above. And it feels like... And it feels kind of like I'm slowly being cooked. It's incredibly uncomfortable, but I seem to be the only person bothered. Well, by the heat, that is. We got empanadas in the mini oven. Is that an offer? It's a threat. What? Dumbass? Boys. Micah shifts in his seat. He keeps looking at Jeremy, as if wondering why he's even humoring this. He miserably pokes at the bonfire with his rebar, sparks flinging forth and dissipating in the desert dust. Jeremy, meanwhile, scoots his chair over and peers inside the little toaster oven-looking thing. It's hooked up by what looks like a 50-foot extension cord that goes into a shattered window of the nearby trailer. Yeah, they probably need a little bit more time cooking anyway. Now about Carl. Yeah, I didn't want to tell you, you know. He gesticulates towards me. He's been like really depressed as of late. I mean, anyone would get that impression if they talked to him a little. I think like once you're so rich you have everything you want and don't need to work, it fucks with you. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. Life alone ain't good enough, man. Now if you know what's good for you, this stays between us, cool? He looks from Jenna to Flynn and then finally to me. Micah is staring hard at Jeremy. The runty bat's lips thinned over his little fangs. Sure. Yeah, whatever. I suppose it depends. Flynn sighs loudly, placing his face in his hands. We didn't do nothing to Carl direct like. He just kept telling me he wanted to feel something, you know? Didn't care what it was, didn't care what it did to him. He kept telling him like, nah man, you're too soft for this. But he wasn't having it. I gave him like a sample bag. I thought you told me you didn't give him anything else. I said I didn't give him anything laced. There is a difference. Yo. Plus I figured you would have found his tweaking a fat ass by now. A sample bag of what? Flynn practically growls. Pete! You gave Carl meth? Carl asked for fucking meth? That's horse shit. I don't know what to tell you, man. You must not know him as well as you think. So, speed is not meth, though. Alan, meth? Doesn't make any sense. Carl's got really into the enlightened drug use thing in high school, but he was never on board with stuff that hard. Flynn is fuming in his seat, and even Jenna looks perplexed. Jeremy, where are you getting meth? Yo, that's enough questions. Yeah, like, out of respect to your situation and stuff, I thought you should know. But we ain't got anything more than that. God damn it. Flynn's face is pulled into a silent snarl. Eyes clenched shut. Jenna's just frowning to herself, a phone on her lap. No one says anything for a while. I have a million questions, but I don't think they'd answer them. For some reason, the first thing out of my mouth is, what's in a hoa party? Jeremy and Micah both look at me with a quizzical expression. Ah, something Keith came up with. Yeah, means like happy in Miss Setan or something. Well, not exactly happy. Something more profound than that, I'm sure. Everything had a fucking deeper meaning with him, didn't it? Jeremy lets out a mirthless snark. I finished grabbing a few paper towels before taking the empanadas out and setting them on a small tray. Yeah, but who's Keith? How the shit do you not remember Keith? Micah looks downright offended. He sounds familiar, I just can't put a face to the name. Well, you're in luck, Muskman. I'm not sure what he means until I see him move to pick up something sitting in one of the half-folded up camping chairs. It's a picture frame with a bunch of different pieces of handwriting on the back. To my surprise, he walks over and hands it to me. That's Keith. In the frame, there's a pretty unelaborate picture of a stoned-looking fox guy. He's in a ratty lifeguard bucket hat and wearing an oversized hoodie with the stylized-looking eye on it. I feel like I've seen him before, but only in passing. Keith is the voice that helped Chase escape in the mine, isn't he? Nah, I'm just speculating. Just to the bonfires, kind of like a super old tradition we picked up after what happened. I know it's like super culty, creepy and shit, but Keith would have thought it was neat. It was all about whole moral support, big brother vibe. What happened to him? The question's blunt and this seems like one hell of a sensitive topic for these guys. But I'm genuinely curious. He went missing. One day he's here slinging dope and playing foosball with us. At that moldy shack he ran a bar out of. And the next, gone. Nobody knew where he went? Nope. Next thing we knew, Micah poofed as well. The bat looks guilty, squirming in his seat. We didn't expect you to show up back either, though. Same goes to you, I guess. He looks over to Jenna. She responds with a polite smile and nothing more. What's going on here? As I hear Clint's voice, I see Micah quickly sit upright, visibly startled. There they are. Look, I told you. I didn't tell them anything. Heather's tugging at the weasel's tank top. But Clint quickly smacks her hand away. Clint looks like death. Emaciated. Disheveled. rotting teeth out of his head. Teeth rotting out of his head. His fur falling out and pink lesions dotting his flesh. He's the head drug abuser. Yeah, exactly. They called him a weasel, it's true. He's a cat. He's a sort of cat. Remember that. And I see that obviously too. Jeremy and Micah look pretty rough, but nowhere near as bad as him. I quickly hand the Fennec his picture back. We were just leaving. Jenna pulls her purse tight to her side and stands up. Thank you for your hospitality, and it was good seeing you again, Jeremy. Should fucking kill you three right here, you little cunts. Get the fuck out now. Go, go, go. I'm getting my fucking gun. I'm getting it. Klimt zooms off towards a nearby trailer, swearing up a storm. Micah, oh shit. Micah quickly refocuses his attention on the rest of us. Yeah, get the hell out of here. I half expect Flint to start shouting back, but instead I look over. He's already up. Nagila is making a clicking noise and gesturing with his head towards his truck. No, Clint, it's okay, I swear. Quickly get out of my seat and fast walk to catch up with him, and Jenna does the same. What the hell? It's all Jenna can say as she shakes her head in disbelief. We hop in Flint's ride and take off without looking back. You can be happy that this asshole doesn't have a functioning car. Truly, what the hell? Jenna repeats herself. She's sitting in the back seat, still peering out the rear window, with a boggled expression plastered on her face. I hear ya. What a fucking mess. At least we know. Shit. At least now we know they were hiding stuff about Carl. And try to shine at least some optimism on the situation, however faint it is. We came out here to get information, and we did learn there was information to be had, so not a complete wash. I don't believe for a titty fucking second that Carl's dabbling in crank. Not saying they're responsible, but they do know something. Honestly, I don't believe they have the wherewithal to plan and successfully carry out something so malicious as a kidnapping. I mean, I'm gonna tell you that you're only partially right, Jenna. They probably don't plan it out and aren't really there, but I'm pretty sure that the four of them could be taken on Carl and just bring him somewhere and kidnap him. It wouldn't be elegant. It wouldn't be very well thought out. It would probably mean the death of Carl. But yeah. Flynn lets out a long sigh, keeping the truck steady along the dirt road with one hand, while the other rubs his scaled face. That doesn't help us figure out what the fuck to do next. Where are the goddamn cops? I am the fucking city clerk. Why am I stuck doing this shit? There's a silence in the cabin. Jenna turning back around to peer in Flint's rearview mirror at him. Because you're his friend and you care about him. Flint seethes at these words. That's not helping Jenna. I pull my phone out, holding my thumb over the display button. Only 50% battery life. I'll have to remember to charge it later. Should I text Leo? Text him what? Did you want him to raw you again? Flynn lets out a little laugh and Jenna gives the lizard a stern look. What? I mean about what they just told us. There ain't no reason to. It's all pussy willow lies. Flynn is like this scenario's tsundere, I guess. Well, not really a tsundere. After a while, he sighs, sounding defeated. Flynn reaches into his pocket, holding up his slightly antiquated-looking phone. I'll just post to the group chat a quick summary. Okay. And I'll make sure to let him know how sketch they were being. And not despite the fact that no one is currently looking at me. I step outside the cool air, letting my feet rest on the hard asphalt of the parking lot. We are back at the parking lot. Woohoo! I stand there enjoying the openness of my surroundings. You can only be cooped with two other people in one room for so long. It becomes increasingly apparent. You're all just breathing each other's air. TJ had tried to keep Leo company today while they went out for looking for Carl, but TJ was saying Leo was really distant. They ended up getting to the little recreational camping spot right before the lake, and Leo just said he had to go. Left TJ without a ride. I feel like damn it. Not the red guy. But I'm also interested in the fan art of the granny though. Well, I guess at one point I will probably commission the rat guy at one point. Somebody needs to do it, you know? Somebody needs to commission the rat guy. Seeing my love for rats. Gonna be me. He's in a Discord and not publicly. Ah, shame. Okay. So be it. He said he didn't mind because he enjoys the walk. But Leo's behavior had him worried. Jenna steps out beside me, fidgeting some with her hair. Tough day, huh? Doing what? Reading the letter? Mm-hmm. She responds quickly. I think he'll just be having a letter in his hand and having tears in his eyes. And being like a cute little rat boy. Well, I guess I have to draw him older though, or let him draw older. So if we are gonna search tomorrow, I'd actually rather not talk about Carl and the search effort right now. That's alright with you. Jenna pauses, crossing her arm over her chest. I know that sounds bad, but we truly are doing everything we can for him. Absolutely above and beyond. We've got a few more places on the outside of town that Flynn and I were going to look at as well. Some more phone numbers to call. Flynn is going to text us with the details in the morning, so that's settled. And let out an exhale of relief. I honestly have no idea where else to look. So props to them if they were able to scrounge up a place or two. Yeah, exactly like that. Jenna leans up against the nearby post, luminescent light giving her first slight halo effect. She's looking at me now, eyes tired, and the very faintest of smile crossing her muzzle. To be quite honest, not much talking is needed. Her smile grows less faint, her tired demeanor shifting to something more akin to cozy warmth. It's infectious and soon I'm smiling just the same. Your company is fine though. Really? She nods. Well, same for you. That's good then. It's very good. Great. She lulls her eyes, standing there with that look like she's waiting for something. Makes me a second. It takes me a second to realize what's for. Oh, so I'm just gonna step over here. I take a comically large step, I take one comically large sidestep over towards where Jenna's standing. My tail swishing behind me in a low arc, before slapping down on the pavement. Jenna lets out a little amused noise as she peers up at me, her own tail flicking in a contented sway. Oh. She cans her head, putting on a front of innocent curiosity as I approach. Whatever for? Well, maybe do something like this? Place my paw on either side of her face. Her fur is so much softer than mine, with no oily sensation to it at all. I rub my thumbs across her cheeks, then lean down to plant my muzzle against hers. Our lips meet. Her touch is gentle, a comfortable yet intimate pressure. Soon as she opens her mouth, and I find myself doing the same. With Leo it was like some kind of tongue battle for dominance. Which of course can be fun. But right now, this is nice. I can feel goosebumps on the back of my neck as her breath meets mine. It kinda smells like oatmeal. Had she been getting into my dinosaur egg oatmeal packets I brought? I hope not. I only have a few of those. Jenna pulls back after a few seconds, her face radiant and glowing. She looks content despite everything going on. She hums to herself in thought. I take her smaller paws in mine, interlacing our fingers. Is something on your mind? Just never kissed that guy in a motel parking lot. She looks upwards. She looks towards the sky. At night. Oh. That response was not exactly what I'd been expecting. Just everywhere else then? I tease, quickly putting a big goofy smile to emphasize how much I'm joking and hoping to God she doesn't get offended. Right. I'm just making sure I remember to add it to my list. She says with a complete deadpan before pushing away from the post and turning to head back inside. Wait, I'm just messing with you. Oh, I know. She walks past me, swinging her arm and smacking me squarely on the ass. The shock of it renders me completely off balance. It has been quite a long time since someone's done that to me, and I feel my face flush with heat as Jenna walks away. I can see her proud of herself smile, stuck to her bustle even with her back turned. And God, what a backside. Of course, Chase would be an ass man. I was so nervous when we did it before. I guess I didn't really have time to appreciate things. And then, yeah, that would be awkward. I wish I could sleep in your bed tonight. Speak without thinking, and Jenna stops. Her paw on the door handle. The audible thunks of TJ fussing about inside punctuate the silence. What's stopping you? A genuine question, but she doesn't stick around for the answer. And then I'm alone. With a little sigh, I rest my side against the same post Jenna was, closing my eyes against and just letting the surroundings sink in. Again, it's unusually humid out, especially for spring, where we usually get less than an inch of rain a month. The monsoon season isn't set to start for another 90 days or so. I hold up my paw to the sky and let my tongue loll out, tasting the ozone in the air. The closest thing I can get to being in water right now, not counting the shower, of course. I was just about to say, what about the shower? I mean, actually being surrounded in something vast and wet, like a moist blanket that you can let carry you away. Speaking of moist blankets, DJ has been in the bathroom for like an hour and I really gotta piss. I step away from the high-pitched buzz of the fluorescent outdoor lighting, heading out around the bend of the motel and into the wash nearby. Takes me a second for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. The desert at night can... Danger piss time. It can look pretty strange, like the absence of the sun sucks all the color out of the world. It makes trying not to fall into a ditch all the more difficult when everything starts blending together. Once I find a good spot hidden away from any motel windows, I turn my back to it and just get leak taken. I make a concerted effort this time not to piss on myself. Like the last time, huh, Chase? If it happens twice in a row, Jenna's gonna start thinking I have a fetish or something. Water sports. Why do they call it water sports anyways? You are actually into water-based sports. You can't really talk about your hobby without the perverts in the room thinking you like piss. Chase is definitely a water sports guy. Now, to be fair, there's much worse stuff out there to be into. I remember for the longest time, Flynn had this whole reputation of being into scat. They really did put every fucking cringe fetish on Flynn, didn't they? Nothing bad will happen. No, nothing bad will ever happen out here. I think it started after someone calling him a shit pusher because he was gay, and of course he told them that he was and loved doing it. Yeah, Flynn is like the target of everyone. Then that got all ambiguated in the high school social mill until Flynn was apparently spending his weekends diving into septic tanks. That old mystery, huh? Flynn wasn't even remotely pleased when that stigma didn't go away. And of course, I thought it was hilarious. Strangely enough, that never got applied to Leo and I, even with all of our PDA. I guess there's a crunching noise besides me. Dry bramble being tread underfoot and the sudden scuffing of dirt. The noise stops as soon as I start and I glance over, realizing I'm not alone. What the fuck? I blink. I must have finished pissing a minute ago, but here I am, still holding my prick. Ah, yeah, exactly. People would have got beaten up really bad by him. No, Brian. No, Brian. Maybe. I don't know. Is Micah really that terrible? We'll see. Micah stares at the aforementioned before looking back up at me. Quickly shove myself back into my shorts, nearly tripping over myself as I step back from him. Damn it. Where'd he even come from? I was taking a leak. The fuck you were, shitzo. Voice is strange, distant. In fact, he looks completely out of it, as if his comprehension of the world around him is delayed. You were just standing there staring off into the great dark nothing cock and paw, jerking into the void. That how you defeat it? What are you talking about? Why are you even here? Micah points a half little stare in my direction, his fingers wriggling around the edges of his tank top. He's not much looking at me as looking right through me. I'm bad it's night, I can be wherever I want. Do you want to be here? The voice echoes so clearly in my mind I can't help but say it out loud. Do you want to be here? Fuck no. He sniffs. His answer spoken with a tired, slurred tone. I mean, I'm here because there's stick off for me out there. Fuck, wait. You're talking about right here, right now, with you? I look into his widened pupils and slowly nod. Shit. Micah rubs his face, pinching at his own lightly fussed cheeks. His gaze still a million miles away. He's exhausted, or at least appears so now. Like someone on the tail end of a ride, on a fierce upper. You can't put sleep off forever. Shit. I'm only half awake right now, and that's the worst way to be. Like, how when you're dreaming, you're flying. And when you're having a nightmare, you're falling. It's always falling. Micah steps back, his heels hanging off the edge of the wash, and I'm sure he's about to tip over into it. Without thinking, I reach out for him, but he seems to lean away from my paw. What the hell am I doing? Don't touch the junkie. Should get out of here. Back to the motel room. Behold, I shaped an iniquity. He extends his tattooed arms and shows off his wingspan. Before I can say anything to respond to the bat's ramblings, he tips backwards like he's expecting someone to catch him. Oh shit! Are you okay? Silence. I start creeping closer to the edge to get a look at him, but a small voice rings out from within. Fucking... Ow! He goes quieting in as dust plumes rise up from the ditch. Finally, another little grunt. No, where the hell am I? Oh, you son of a bitch! As I peer over the edge, I can tell it's about a good 3 or 4 foot drop. Nothing too dire, but definitely not pleasant. He could have still broken his neck though, and he's probably waking up right now and blaming our friend Chase for his own drug-induced stupidity. Micah's dazed gaze meets mine and quickly narrows. Fuck. Of course it wasn't just a dream. I stare blankly at him whilst turning in my head for a second. Wait, you were sleepwalking? That's what you wanna call it? Did you just have your prick out? I ignore the question. Your dream made you do a trust fall into the dirt. I thought you were tweaking out on drugs or something. If only. Micah slowly pushes himself up to his feet and climbs out of the wash. His backside completely caked with dirt and goat head bramble. He tries to pick out the sticker from his fur, wincing at each pluck. I thought there was water in there for some reason. He thumbs over his shoulder. There's probably not gonna be any in there for a few months. Yeah, fuck, I'll be gone by then. Micah shakes his leg a few times, some more dust scattering to the wind. Having white fur like that must suck in the desert here. If you even get the slightest bit dirty, everyone can see. You dirty little boy, you. For me, everything just kind of blends into the brown fur. He squints at the building nearby and lets out a little astonished noise. I made it all the way out to the motel. That doesn't make a goddamn sense. Fucking hellfire, man. Shit's just getting so much worse. He shakes his head. He's clearly lucid now. But I don't know if he's really talking to me. You doze up for a minute and then everything's an absolute shit show. A cold chill creeps down along my spine. This is all sounding real familiar. Hot helps. Keeps the bad vibes down, but it's a quick fix for something that you never know when it's coming. I've been having something similar happening to me, I think. Really bad dreams, mainly. Idiot, what's up? How you doing? No, you're a flippin' legend. Are they bonding over sleep paralysis right now? Or sleepwalking and sleep paralysis? His gaze snaps to me as if he wasn't expecting me to actually respond to him. Doing well, awesome. How's work treating you? I hope everything is alright. Yeah, I know you're on duty at the moment, so to speak. One second, there's something happening here that I need to fix. Because that shit is annoying as fuck. I forgot to turn that off. I forgot to turn off my work headset and it blinked red, so I had to fix that real quick. Because that was annoying me for the past 20 minutes. Been rather busy, but it's made the days go by fast and nice. I mean, if you're busy at work, your shifts usually go faster. That's true. And wait, you flew out this Wednesday, right? So you're probably back next week. You have to work exactly, and then you're back that other Wednesday. So it's not too long anymore. You already got some stuff in. The 20th. Okay. That isn't too long. It's like 11 days. You got this. I believe in you. His gaze snaps back to me as if he wasn't expecting me to actually respond to him. Fucking really no shit. The bat extends an arm out of his surroundings, gesticulating at everything and nothing all at once, while his wings flap around. You ain't the only one, muskfuck. You ain't seen how it's been. It's really a shit show. It's really shit down on Jasmine Street. The hum gets bad there. The hum? I frown, unnerved by the bat's words, but not really sure if I should start questioning them. I'd ask what the hum is, but I can vividly imagine it. Well, you wouldn't know after all. You're just having a little fun trip and then fucking right off. Yeah, exactly. You got this, man. I know you're gonna be back for a little bit with this streaming. And I'm looking forward to seeing the VTuber and everything. It's gonna be great. Did you decide where you want to stream? You probably go back to Twitch, right? Micah says this like it's a bad thing. However, I'm not guilty about wanting to get the hell out of here as the soonest possible convenience. You may multi-stream. Ah, great. I will pop in wherever you are, though. I will try my best. When we find Carl, of course. So, you're gonna leave town too? You literally just said that a few minutes ago, Chase. Are you fucking stupid? Micah glances over at me. Yeah, you should go soon, swell. But he'll be back. But you'll be back. They all come back. We all come back. What are you on about? I'm honestly not quite sure myself. The words just sounded right to me at the time. Very good. Very good. That's the spirit. I shrug. I guess that's just what it feels like to be me. Not everyone does. His tone shifts more melancholy. The young bat reaching into his pocket and flipping on an old cell phone for a moment. It looks like one of those cheaper ones that you buy the minutes in text messaging per usage. Burners, I think they are called. I'm somehow not surprised that a drug dealer has a burner phone. After a moment, I realize who he's referring to. I never really knew Keith. Sorry he went missing. He stops messing with his phone, yellow eyes flicking back up to me. I didn't know him, and you are not the reason he's disappeared. So stop talking like you're personally involved. Ooh, nice. 3D printed horror slasher mask. I'm down. I feel like starting to get a little frustrated. I don't know why I'm still here. In fact, I don't know why Micah's still here. Just lingering about, even after he claimed he came this way due to sleepwalking or whatever. What was Keith doing when he went missing? This is a point where I seem to have Micah's full attention. It's definitely an interesting experiment because you don't really see a lot of people who do both VTubing and IRL stuff. But I feel like with the mask and the VTuber corresponding to it, everything should work out fine. He glances around for a moment before stepping forward, lowering his voice to a quiet rasp. What he always was doing, schizo, trying to fix people. Oh yeah, and he tried to fix Brian, huh? And that went sour. He'd see somebody who'd be utter shit trash, and then find their inner spirit or whatever. Oh boy, I'm pretty sure he found Brian's inner spirit. And Brian got him in a chokehold after that. Oh boy. You know, native shit. He thinks for a second. Well, native light. Whatever. He's one of those weird kids who read philosophy books at school. Grass didn't know his limits. Started getting chummy with his supplier. This big bear bastard named Brian. Supplier Keith dealt drugs? Bitch, everyone deals and gets dealt in Echo. This ain't a surprise. Or shouldn't be. So let me get off your moral high horse right now. He squints in thought. Yeah. Now that I think of it, wasn't your mom the one that let Swin missily plow her for Oxy? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Holy fucking shit. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a good idea, video. Doing a test run, so to speak. Oh boy, though, that was that Micah is like, oh boy. Jace, did you know your mom got plowed for Oxy? What? I can't help but taken aback by that one. Yeah, no shit, Chase. I would have taken aback by that too. If just some rando comes up to me and tells me, yo, dude, someone plowed your mom to get her Oxy. No! You're saying your mom didn't take Oxy? She probably did. No, she had back pain issues and took Percocet, but that's it. That is Oxy, bitch. But enough about your whore mom. Oh, Jesus. Jesus fucking Christ, this is hardcore, dude. Fuck you. He huffs. He's so full of shit, just like before at the bonfire. Chase, you might not want to hear it, but I think he's speaking the truth here. I feel like. I know you might don't want to hear it, but yeah. I dip my paws into my pockets and turn to leave. Get a couple of steps towards the motel before I hear the bad rasp from behind me. Hey, don't be a bitch. Keep walking. The show is probably freed up now. Micah, he's the blunt straight man. Ah, yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. He's the blunt straight man. Because Flynn is already the blunt gay man, right? If it's not just for the water, but the time alone. No, wait, seriously, stop. Chase. I hear a frustrated sigh. Chase, please. I need to talk to you seriously, like. I turn around, and if his sight is any good, he can get a good view of how done with his shit I am from my expression alone. Keith tried to help his supplier turn his life around, all that. I hesitate. I didn't expect him to start talking about Keith again. He saw the goodness in him, etc., etc. Brian has no fucking anything good in him. Anything. Keith, you fool. Before all this, Keith would always take me out after school on Fridays. We'd go flying these RC planes we tinkered with down by the river. I mean, it sounds about as fun as plucking pubes to most folk, but little me loved it. The moment he started getting close to Brian, that stopped. I saw him less until poof. He's gone. No one knows where he went, including Brian, so claimeth he. And I had nothing left here. My anger with the bat begins to fade as he looks straight as he looks me straight in the eyes. There's something about the tone of his voice that's different. Like this is actually a matter he thought about for a long time. Micah, are you? I exhale, stepping forward and lowering my voice. Are you trying to tell me something? Something about Carl? No, I'm trying to get you to whip out your dick again. The runty bat's nostril flare as he steps closer. I cover my crotch with my free paw and he rolls his eyes. Do you want help finding the rich fat kid? I hesitated at his hostile phrasing, but begrudgingly not. Any information at all could help at this point. Yes, I want help finding Carl. Do you know anything that can help us? Cool, and hopefully. Brian has Carl, hasn't he? He doesn't speak for a time, rolling his cell phone in his paws. Don't report anything I'm about to tell you to the cops. I'm genuinely trying to help you, but I need you to swear on that. Sure, whatever. I swear I won't tell the cops. I lie. Good, nothing I did is really illegal, but it can be implicating as hell if you don't find your friend. This is about meth that you guys said Carl was taking. No, That was bullshit. Of course it was. I knew it. Well, Flynn knew it. Like Hellfire, I'm gonna start ratting fuckers out in front of everybody. The Hendrix house was marked. Jeremy tipped Clint off that Carl was staying home alone. Clint then brings me on to scoop shit out. Just before midnight at 11. I can see well in the dark and got a good look at their alarm system. That's when I noticed two big glowing eyes staring back at me. I don't know what happened, but there was a flash. And next thing I know, I'm falling from the second story ledge into a rip-rap. The photo. That was Micah. The flash of Carl's cell phone camera. That has to be it. He took a picture of you before you fell. We found the photo the next day. The bat's lips tighten. Well, fuck me then. I guess it's good that I'm getting ahead of this. It barely looked like you, I think. You don't tell him that, you stupid fuck, Chase! You have power over him! Oh, Jesus Christ, you fucking idiot. The picture was all distorted. I tried to wave off his concern with a reassuring tone, reshifting the conversation back to Carl. Jace, don't worry, our evidence is worth. Yeah, that fucking stupid kid, dude. He's so fucking dumb. I'm sorry. Sometimes Jace is literally fucking stupid. What happened next? Micah sighs, speaking up again. The next thing I hear is this whole shit ton of sudden. I did a thing. What's the thing that you did, Kai? Tell me about it. I wanna know. You played with your wiener today, didn't you? Like, da-dunk, da-dunk. Also, I degree in journalism and can't tell when people are lying except Leo and Jeremy. And everyone else in Echo. I'm really guilty. What are you guilty of? God damn it. Don't speak in riddles, Kai. Just drop the bombshell. You played with your wiener. So I huddled up in a blind spot and the noise kept going for a solid 30 minutes. Then a fucking hell of a clatter. The sound of wooden boards snapping inside. No, but I left you a nice one. Oh my. Oh my. Ooh, a nice message. I'm gonna look later. I wanna see what you did there. I'm gonna look later, but I'm stoked. The fat ass is taking off into the desert completely spooked. Which direction? South, I think. Anyway. He holds his basic looking cell phone. I gave Clint a call, told him what happened. He started freaking the fuck out on me, cussing and swearing, spitting up a storm. Kept insisting he needed to call someone. And that's the last I heard of it. Spent the next 12 hours nursing a bruised tailbone in an abandoned trailer off Route 65. An abandoned trailer, huh? Well, goddamn, actual answers. This is really helpful, Micah, but why are you telling me this? Why are you renting out your friends to someone you hate? The bat groans aloud, a look of exasperation crossing his tired face. Like, Chase also asks the completely wrong questions. Like, the completely wrong questions. Who fucking cares? Why he's renting out... Oh. Fucking idiot! Journalism degree, woo! Have you been listening at all? Look, You can reasonably deduce that Micah thinks Clint is in cahoots with Brian, called Brian, and then Brian snapped maybe up his friend Chase. Not Chase, Carl. You know what the fuck I mean. Oh, Keith. Yeah, Keith too. Keith too. Exactly, Keith. Keith as well. But we know these things. We know these things. There are fuckers out there I don't trust, and if there's anything to be done about putting a boot to their asses, I'm down. Poor Keith. The bat taps at his phone a few times before handing it my way. Give me your number. I'll keep you updated on what's going on. The supplier guy I mentioned will be coming into town. I'll see if I can get some more info out of him and Clint about the RAM. Oh god, Micah, you're so fucking dead, you know that, right? He's going to fucking murder you. I take the phone slowly, using the tiny button-based numpad to put in my number. There's probably a few ways this can come back and bite me in the ass. But I'm pretty damn desperate for a lead. You have your lead! He just told you. The goat took off south into the desert. Probably got screwed up by Clint and Brian. Which is the worst kind of duo to be scooped up by. Hi. I just seen it. I took a look. I took a peek. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And that message was really nice. There's King Alpha. And here I thought you hated me. Yeah, I don't care about you enough to hate you, schizo. I hand the bat back his phone, unsure of how I feel about that response. If I don't hear from you by the time we have to go Sunday, should get the fuck out of Echo. A matter-of-fact statement that he believes doesn't need further explanation. I nod in response, wondering if it's too late to take my number back. Oh, with the hearts, thank you. I love the hearts. Let the hearts fly. Yeah, so cute. Also, Kai, thank you for again cheerleading me. Well, if that's all, I glance back to the motel Micah looks to. Yeah. Yeah, actually one more thing. Oh. Perk a brow in his direction. You still with that wolf boy Leo? Remember him getting skittish about him earlier. He's acting nonchalant, but there's definitely something more to his question than casual curiosity. To answer the question itself is also a complicated one. Not really, why do you ask? I don't give a shit. He looks down at his phone as he says this. A lie. Then why'd you ask? Finally, Chase is doing something. I hear he talks a lot of shit. I was wondering if he ever talks shit about me. Micah folds his arm, always just staring at his phone screens. To be honest, I don't even recall a time he even mentioned you by name. the truth. Out of all the Jasmine Street kids, Micah was one I never really heard Leo talk about. Figures. What? What? I'm out of here. I'll text you in a bit. The bat turns and heads off. What I'm kind of worried about is that Micah just dies in the desert. Because I heard people vanish here in Echo. There's something about him that sticks with me, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Once he disappears around the corner of the motel, I take out my phone and tap over to our group chat. Friday. I'm just giving, since we're on Friday now, I'm just giving like a little bit of a, how do you say that? A little bit of an in-between assessment of how I feel about the Jenna route, and so far it's my second favorite route. So far it's definitely true that the Carl route is the weakest one. It doesn't mean it's bad, it's just not as, I feel like, compelling as the other two. The other one that we finished, Leo, and this one that we are continuing to play. I like the idea of Carl basically being missing, and then they try to hunt him down and do shit, and basically trying to rescue him. And I like the supporting cast of Micah. Micah is an interesting character. I feel like Jeremy is interesting. We see our good friend Clint again. Heather is certainly a thing to behold. Well, this part's really interesting. So yeah, so far, good route. Good supporting cast. Just like the Leo route, everything is just really, really interesting. I liked Raven too, and stuff, but he was more comedy relief, and he is rather a little one note. I will definitely agree to that, or say that. I'm a great swimmer, I swear it. A young woman's voice. Distant but near. Like a video with the volume nearly all the way down. I strain myself to listen more closely, and the spoken words start to come into focus. Well, I'm doing fantastic, Beastman. How are you doing? And Beastman asks everyone, how are you all doing? That's doubtful. You're a yacht after all. Man's voice also barely audible. I'm inside the cabin of a large vehicle. It's rickety, and I have to hold onto something to keep from shaking all over the place. I can see two people in front now. Ooh, cheesy. Are we like talking 80s cheese? I can see two people in front. Now their silhouettes pronounced, but I can't make out their faces. Like they're disordered water droplets on fresh ink. The one in the passenger seat is a woman. A coyote. She has lots of jewelry. Not that I can see it, but it jingles around whenever she moves. It reminds me of my mom. The man on the left who's driving is an otter. He's wearing a hunting cap. It's too small for his noggin. Is that who I think it is? That the one character that I got to know before I even knew what Echo was. Whenever he turns his head, I catch a glimpse of him in the mirror, his face blurred. The only part distinguishable are his eyes, like shining blue headlights in the dark. Possibly. It probably is Bronson. I I think I'm seeing things from his point of view. Even though he's not really me. The cabin behind the two front seats threw me like a van. In fact, it feels like there are more people behind me, but I can't look over my shoulder. I'm stuck shaking around in between the front seat and somewhere in the back, near the rear cabin doors. Yeah, and your dirty species stuff. The times are changing, and you best get with them. Elsewise, I might need to find myself more sophisticated company, I hear? The woman responds. This is also familiar for some reason. Deja vu. I've been in this place before. Higher than the streets. Jan, you read dirty novels and you eat fast food like a hawk. I've heard of Meseta witch doctors who are more worldly and sophisticated than you. He grunts, laughing a little at his joke. Oh, please, darling. Reading a little novella with the word penis in it ain't gonna damn me straight to hell. Second, I got my own income now. I know a job. Might hear of one someday. I can use the money I make from said job to buy whatever I want to make me feel special. Sometimes that's a little romance book, the drugstore, and sometimes a large vanilla shake with extra cherries. I wanna know who that coyote is. Third and final, I don't think the Meseta have witch doctors. They've got shamans. Ooh, what kind of ice cream did you have? You take care, video. Thank you for being here, and I hope work goes by swiftly today. I met one once. He was a very nice old man. About 4 feet tall, too. Crockhead sized. The woman sounds rather pleased with herself for countering all the man's comments. The man lets out a dismissive noise. You met one, eh? What'd he do? Sell you a love potion? Another chitter off laughing at his own joke. I don't know, hon, you tell me. You reckon it's working? Her tone is flirty and I can practically feel them both smiling. I'm outside now, my head's spinning. I'm walking, but it's not my body that's moving, it's someone else's. The movements are slow and deliberate. Stab of pain when the body's left leg moves too high, or the joints rotate at the knee. The fur on their arms is ice white, and the muscle is feline. Some sort of big albino cat, stretching one foot after the other besides the highway, caught up in a strange daze. Sepia-tinted memories fill our head of places that look straight out of Southwestern Adventures Frontiers water. These recollections are his existence, and the physical reality in front of him, a fading dream, something that causes pain to traverse. This world is not his home anymore, as much as it hurts him to think that. One of his feet steps up on the pavement, then the other, crossing the lanes, walk directly down the little yellow line down the center. the people he loved are all dead, but he doesn't want to join them. He just wants them back. His own senses fail him. The memories in his head keep getting more real and real. They are there in his mind. Chocolate chip cookie dough. Nice. Delicious. He can see the stitching in their clothing, the smell of their fur, the chuckle in their voice, the touch of their paws. It's such a sad way to be. I'm back in the van. The otter and the coyote are drinking glances with each other now. The more brusque personality of the otter seems tempered by the coyote, like he's trying not to take himself too seriously around her. The radio is playing something new, something that wasn't there before. Something that was there before, but I couldn't quite make it out. Not music, just voices. It's a number radio station. Drawn out, distorted, mostly unintelligible. I catch something that sounds like a nervous laughter from a high-pitched voice. Then a more baritone one responds with something reassuring. It's okay. At least that's what I think it says. Finally, a squelching noise, like squishing soft putty between your paws. The feeling that something is behind me in the van grows. I've been here before. I know I have. But no matter what I do, I can't turn around. Even the rear view mirror reflects a distorted image. I can barely make it out. Something back there, undulating in constant restless motion, strobing between pulsating flashes of faint red light. There's applause, like someone clapping. The handles of the rear cabin doors seem to shudder and click, like someone is trying to open them from the outside. But that's impossible. We are moving. Feels like I'm yanked back out to the road again, with the old man walking down the center line. What the fuck is going on? The memories in his head grow more perspicuous as he walks. It's as if it's building towards some great zenith, or a point of total clarity. I'm not sure how I know this. There's a rumbling of an engine coming up from behind, puttering in rhythmic fashion. The car is gonna flat the old man. Again, I can't turn to face it, but I know it's there. And it's getting close. The engine roars. It's coming up right behind me. This is nuts. Hey, what the fuck am I doing? The high-pitched voice from the radio. I can hear it now clearer than ever before. You are doing great, Chula. The baritone voice. That was Leo. The albino older man stops, turning as if he heard this too. Heavy breaths escape my throat and splay forth, fogging up the windshield. The two lovers exchange a kiss, eyes lulled. There are lovers in the back as well, fumbling with themselves in that same red light. That same red light that bathes the entire sky. Is he dreaming of his parents getting into a gangbang with Sydney's parents? Is that it? The cabin doors fling open and I can finally see the person who's been trying to get in from the outside. A runty-looking, amber-eyed otter stands there, wearing an oversized blue t-shirt and khaki shorts. It's me. Oh, this is from Route 65! This is what we've played, isn't it? Oh my god. This is where he ran from the... I'm younger and I don't have the goatee. Somehow, I'm just floating behind the moving vehicle, as if we were standing still. The color in younger me's eyes start to fade, before shifting to an icier blue. He shrinks, and soon the figure stands there, the little boy in his swimming trunks. Him. What does he want? Another shift, and he springs about with distorted, jolty movements. The transition is nowhere near as smooth as the first. An otter in his hunting cap, far too tight for his head. Those same blue eyes piercing right through me. Bronson. Mr. Bronson. Sydney's father. Is Mr. Bronson also the one driving the van we're in? I see no reaction from the blurry figure in the driver's seat. Still more occupied with the coyote next to him. He's only there for a second, before his face practically tears away in jagged artifacting. Mr. Bronson twists on himself, expression uncaring as it falls apart and fades into ragged white fur. The elderly albino on the road. It's him. At least I think it is. His silhouette is more abstracted. The details of his features somehow darker. His form floats for some time. I keep waiting for it to shift, but it doesn't. Instead, it turns its head to look directly at me with stark red eyes. They widen, still peering, and I try to step back, but I can't move. Like fluorescent bulbs, they begin to illuminate, blinding me as they grow closer and closer. I hold up my paw, just as the open mouth opens up to speak. Wah! Thunk! Janice, are you okay? I knew it. It was Janice. Janice. Bronson, Bronson! What did you hit? Bronson! Bronson, don't just sit there. You answer me right now. I don't know. Jesus, sweet Mary Christ! Bronson is despondent while Janice starting to get frantic. Everything's dark, but I can still see a light red splatter on the center of the windshield. A large chunk of fur is caught in the wiper. Jesus fucking Christ! Bronson steps out of the vehicle, his blurry form flickering into something a little more focused. His clothes are loose hanging jeans bell bottom, very 60s. I can see the whiskers on his face, like they were my own. His heart is practically beating out of his chest, his fur damp with cold sweat. The furious electric buzzing hum which permeates the landscape. Are they hearing it too? I decided to move with him, seeing from his point of view. Mr. Bronson covers his face, paws trembling. He can't see anything in this darkness. The other nearly leaps out of his fur, startled by the voice. The weak, desperate cry, a gurgling of pain following it immediately after. Bronson runs to the source of the pathetic sound. Jen is getting out of the van as well. She clutches her bag to her side, her high heels clacking against the asphalt. Bronson, oh my god! I see it. I see him. The albino feline is stuck, wedged between the fender skirt and the wheel itself. Oh sh! Oh my god! Fucking Jesus! So he's basically cramped between. Oh my god! Jesus fucking Christ! That guy is fucking dead. A space about a foot wide. Help me, Bronson. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's no helping anymore. He's practically folded into it. Legs snapped upward and jutting out the side. Wild red eyes start from Bronson to Janice and back again. I can't tell if he's pleading for help or asking why. All I know is that he's in excruciating pain, beyond the capacity for tears. Just instant shock. Images flash before his eyes, and now he's not looking at anyone at all. He's devoid of movement beyond the rapid heaving of his chest. Jesus! She screams. His shoulder's caught under the tire, and he's bleeding. Oh god, Bronson, we gotta do something. I know we gotta do something. He shouts back at her, eyes nearly popping out of his head. And promise tomorrow. That promise, fuck it up. Jack? Janice gasps as the old man begins to speak again. A look of realization crosses her no longer blurry face, and she points toward the back of the van. Get that, Jack! Bronson blinks and quickly rushes back to the back to get his toolkit, flinging the doors open. In a place of obscure lovers, a mound of tarantulas burrowing into each other as if trying to hide from the newly opened door. So, just to get this straight, what's been playing out here? Bronson and Janice had a love affair. Okay, this is something I got, right? And they were riding in the bus that we were in when we were playing Route 65. And their son Sydney is in there as well. And the tarantulas from Route 65 that Chase described there are people fucking in the back of the truck with 2 kids in there. Is that correct? Is that, or is that even worse than what I just got? Because the implications here are fucked up beyond belief. Okay. It's probably like wildfire. He's probably mixing up stuff. But yeah. In place of obscure lovers are a mound of tarantulas burrowing burrowing into each other as if trying to hide from the newly opened doors. Some are blonde, while others are of the more standard rust and black color. He does not seem to notice or care about these creatures, which flee from his presence, instead diving for his little olive toolbox. I try to step away, but I'm stuck seeing through his eyes now. He flings his tools around, hammers, wrenches, and rebar clattering to the side. No Jack. Jack just left town, huh? Mr. Bronson stares motionless until Janice's shrieking voice breaks the silence. What is taking you so long? Get him out of here, Bronson! Yeah, Jack did Jack. The otter exhales shakily, then makes his way back to Janice, giving her a blank look. Help me lift. What? I said, help me lift! You're kidding me. I don't have a jack. You don't have a jack? Shut up and help. Mr. Bronson slips his paw under the side of the van, next to the wheel, squeezing his palms against the chrome. Janice quickly does the same on the other side of the wheel. On 3 lift. Mr. Old Man, we are gonna get you out of here in no time. You just gotta slide on 3 once it goes up, okay? She tries to put on a reassuring voice, but the albino just stares past her with those intense red eyes. 1? Bronson, I don't know if I can do this. 2? She shakes, tears beginning to well within her eyes. I should probably make a YouTube video in that vein. No wonder Janice is fucked up going through the desert and just taking a piss. Oh God! 3! The van creaks as it begins to rise up from the ground. At least on this corner. Man, Bronson has some strength, dude. That guy must be like a fucking brick house. Janice screams at her own exertion, muscles spasm as her arms shake. I can't! The old man begins sliding his broken legs down the side of the wheel. Oh God. Oh yeah. Oh no. They are dropping the car right onto him, aren't they? The side of the fender skirt. Lower moans escape from inside his chest. Whimpers of unimaginable pain and shock as his crushed bones realign themselves inside him. They don't realign themselves, no. He makes it most of the way out by the time Janice's arms give out. The van instantly lowering back down a couple of inches. I'm sorry! Fuck! Mr. Bronson spreads his legs wide, his muscles quivering as he tries to hold the whole van by himself. Go! Get out of there! He screams down at the albino, his blue eyes meeting the albino's as the old feline begins to nudge himself out from under the wheel. No! The otter howls as the van continues to lower, despite his best effort. The old man feels it touch the side of his muzzle. His breathing quickens. arms reaching for something, anything to help him. Then some gentle pressure. His eyes are blearing and moist now, like a lost child's. Then more pressure. And then crack. Janice screams. She screams and screams until her vocal cords fray like old yarn. Time passes. The body of the old man is dragged into a large open hole on the side of the road. Mr. Bronson's paws are bloodied nails, chipped from digging without a shovel. Janice refused to help. She's been sitting in the van quietly for the past half hours, crying to herself. She can't stop shaking. He buries the body in the small ditch, trying not to look at his half-crushed face. It seems to stare at him, asking for help from beyond the grave. He could have helped, but he wasn't strong enough. Maybe this is what he wanted after all. To die? What else would he have been walking straight towards them in the middle of the road? I had plenty of time. He had plenty of time to move out of the way, but he didn't. It was like he didn't realize the shock of what he had done until he was tangled in the wheel skirt of the van, his bones jutting from the skin and blood dripping from the overalls. Once he's completely covered, Bronson peers back at the van, the splatter from the impact still visible. He places a small stone to mark the grave of the unknown man before heading back and getting into the driver's seat. Janice says nothing to him, and for that he is thankful. Mr. Bronson drives off the road and into a small valley, short ways away. He parks in between some bushes and collects his thing, trying to ignore the new throbbing pain in his head. Together, they silently exit the van and begin their slow walk back to Echo. A lone figure watches them from atop the hill. An impossible tall silhouette with lanky arms that hang past his knees. We're together now. God damn fucking awesome! Booyah! All right. I think How I Met Your Dead Friend's Father. Yeah, that was... Ooh, yeah. That was the titties. Alright. I think this is also a good breakpoint, as you could already tell. And I'll be back next week with more Echo. And during the week I do some other stuff too, because I can slowly claw my way back to more streams, which is exciting. And with that being said, I've been TheOrcosaurus. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for joining. And thank you for being an awesome audience. I'm glad I could build this small little community on YouTube. That really means the world to me. And You all have a good one and take care, everyone. Bye.